Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Another Sunday live stream where we work on laptops that I don't look at ahead of time, and hopefully we'll be able to fix a couple. I put a couple on there that are a little bit, they're all suspect. They're all possibly not fixable. One of them is a CPU failure, possible CPU failure, but what I'm interested in is to figure out if it's just a power rail failure or some other type of, it could be firmware, it could be all sorts of different stuff. Sound crackling? Okay, give me a second. Let's see if I can reboot my audio here. Where's my receiver at? There it is. Sometimes it crackles if I don't reboot this. Give me. Is that better? Possibly? Better? Can you hear me? I don't hear crackling. All right, are we good now? Hello? All right, still. Okay, let me reboot this one again. Worse. All right, nice. All right, now is it better? Is it better now? Can you hear me now? All right, that probably seems like it might be better. The sound is fine here. It's fine. Okay. Audio's good. Better. Okay, so yeah, sometimes I just have to reboot it and resync it. It's an audio, wireless thing. But anyway, so we have three different laptops on the chopping block. I put them put them up there for a vote. So one's a 2-1 error. 2-1 is a CPU failure. That's what it's going to point to. We don't know what that means. I mean, a lot of times I used to think CPU is bad, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. So we can figure out what's causing that in general. Dennis, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. That is nice of you. Thank you so much. No crackling, 3,000 miles away. The other two are short chargers. So one's a precision. So these two precisions that came in from the same customer. So we have one with a 2-1 error, one with a short charger, and the last one's an Alienware with a short charger. So we don't know what that is. It could be shorting right through the CPU. It could be shorting on something very simple like a capacitor. So we don't know what's going on. But hello from New Zealand. Greetings from an old lady in Iowa. Well, hello, old lady in Iowa. Hello from New York State. Good morning from Missouri, and Ohio, Northwest Ohio, and Sydney, Oz, Australia. Hello. So let's see. We are on schedule today to do some repairs, but people wanted me to work on this or try this out. So I have a Mini Prog 3. Mini Prog 3 is a Cypress programmer, so this is what you would be programming the PD controllers that are made by Cypress, so there'd be CYPD chips. I bought this a while ago, never been able to get it working properly, so we may take a little dive into this for a little while. Now, it's going to be a fumbling type of situation because I have never got it to work, and so it can be entertaining or not, because when you're fumbling, trying to figure stuff out, it's sometimes a pain in the butt. So. Anyway, hello from Virginia. Hello, Central Texas. Doc's in the house. How are you doing, Doc? Doc's been in the hospital, back surgery. His legs weren't working. Now I hear your toes are moving and you're getting better. So I'm glad to hear that you're in the chat. Welcome. So everyone say hi to Doc. Colorado is in the house, checking in. Vancouver, Japan. Nice. Words, too many words. There's words all over my screens here. Yes. I'm going to be a little bit more sharp today. We do have green drink, so we're going to do a little green drink this morning. And I did ride 5 miles this morning and did a bunch of kettlebell swings and all that stuff to see if it can get going. What's up, Doc? That's what everyone's saying. Hello from Guyana. Ooh. Celery, cucumber, collards, lemon, kale, and chard. Nothing sweet about that. That's very bitter. I replaced another MOSFET. So we hope it's just simple MOSFETs on these types of CPU failures or even shorted power rail failures. Most of the time when you get a CPU failure, it's like it's trying to start the CPU and then it cannot start it. So it could be a power rail of some sort, or even a chip, a PWM controller, something like that. But I've even seen it before firmware. I had one machine where I flashed the firmware and then the CPU failure went away and it worked just fine. So who knows? You might be moving to Austin for a job. Ronald, well, come on by. Come for a visit. And Char Chard. Yeah, C-H-A-R-D. Chard. So I'm thinking Swiss chard. That's what I'm thinking. They just wanted one word. Hello from Hungary and Romania and Mars and New York, New Jersey. Okay, so a few minutes left to vote, about 5 minutes left. I can go over them one more time. So we have a 2-1 error, which is CPU failure possible. It's going to be, it could just be bad CPU and we're done. Or it could be something that we were like, it's magic and we fixed it. So I think that's going to be more of a science experiment. And then the other two are going to be short adapter, so we don't know what that means. We don't want to plug in the charger because it could be shorting through the CPU, things like that. Yesterday's video was interesting. So, takes from yesterday's video. I was reading through the comments, and there's a bunch of comments there. And one of the comments, or that was kind of reoccurring, was the BIOS chip could be faulty. And it's funny because it didn't occur to me. I don't know why it didn't. But it's mainly because BIOS chips don't really fail. Like, I've only had like one ever that I haven't been able to program. And it would, like, you get to a certain block and it would fail. But I've never seen a chip that's failed. So yeah, there's a possibility that that could be what's going on. Now, the reoccurrence of this issue, and if you missed yesterday's video, I don't want to give you too much because it's kind of like we're working our way through the video, and I hate giving spoilers. But you know, the gist of it is what the GPU was not showing up. The machine turned on. The GPU wasn't showing up. The NVMe drives would not show up, and which means the SSD, so it couldn't boot from operating system. And then it was giving a TPM error, so meaning the Trust Platform module or the Platform Trust technology, which is the where you store your BitLocker keys and all your cryptographic stuff. Those modules were missing. So what does that mean? I don't know. So we kind of played around with it. I figured out a solution. You can watch it, but you know, it could be a recurring thing. We don't know because it had happened in the past. But I thought it was interesting because we solved something. We solved something. And I probe aliens for science, people. I probe them for science. So when we're probing around, we're just trying different things, and like John repair spoilers. I hate giving away spoilers, people. So another warranty on it again? No, well, I mean, maybe. I didn't give him a warranty because it was more than a year. It was, because it ended up being in February of last year, and this came in May, so it was a year and 3 months or something like that. And so I gave him a discount. I didn't charge him like full board repair or anything like that, but, and he reported back everything is fine, but he has a year warranty with me, so if it does come back, that's fine. 2 times in 1 year, no, but it was over a year, but yeah, but 2 different things, I guess. One was bricked, and then the other one was the other thing's missing, but it's running. But it is sus, yeah. So it definitely could be something that's going crazy. Nate Clonezilla would not work on my Dell Precision by the daughter board who bought from you. Clonezilla works on everything. I don't know. Clonezilla is like the most clonable thing. I mean, you can clone anything with that. Now, if it doesn't show up the drive because you have it in RAID mode, that's a different thing. So if you have your drive in RAID mode, sometimes the drive won't show up in Clonezilla, and then you have to switch it to HCI while you're cloning, and then you can switch it back. That's probably what's going on. So if you ever have an issue when you're in a cloning piece of software and the drive does not show up, switch your SATA controller operation from RAID to AHCI, and then it will automatically show up because you need drivers for the RAID to work. I don't see the poll on Twitch. I put the poll up. It's there. It's operating. It's at the top. I think it's right there. I don't know. Let me see. Let me pull up my Twitch and see what it looks like. Twitch. It's on the top of the something. I don't know where it puts it. It's somewhere in there. There's 1 minute left. So I get an error after error. I don't know what the error after error you're getting there, Doc. You'd have to kind of take screenshots, send it to me or something, or with your cell phone. Who's ready for some science, people? Who's ready for some science? Right now, I didn't pull up the polls. Pull up the polls. Let's see. What does the polls look like? I don't even know if I have the polls set up. Is the polls even going to work? No, of course not. Of course not, because I did not set up the poll yet. Let me see if I can get that working. YouTube, polls, there we go. So now we go back here and pull that up. Boom. Okay, so it looks like Twitch wants some real science because it's they want the CPU failure for sure. But YouTube is a little more spread out, but they're still wanting that science of the 2.1, the CPU failure, possible CPU failure. It's gonna be like, it might be a binary event where it's just like CPU's bad, boom, move on, right? but it's probably going to be something more entertaining, I think. I hope so. I actually have another one in my queue right now too. So I almost put 2 possible CPU failures in this stream, and I was like, that might be too much. That might be too much. I was just going to pull it out like that. Hell yeah, Precision. So the Precisions are sent by the same customer. Oh yeah, I forgot. I do have something I want to say because I have a shout out. And I'm trying to get his name here real quick. A shout out from, where's his name go? He sent me a package. Now I can't find his name. Oh, shout out to Arthur. Shout out to Arthur. So Arthur sent me, let me pull these pulls off of here real quick. So Arthur sent me this box. He sent me a box, right? This box is full of Metcal tips, which is the soldering iron I use. So I use this. It has these inserts right here, these cartridges, and so he doesn't use these anymore. And he has a plethora. I would say it's more than a plethora, and so it has all different sizes and shapes and all that good stuff. And then it even has some of these tubes that are just like full of used ones. So shout out to Arthur for sending me some more stuff. There is definitely some different tips that I may not even have, because I've bought tons of these tips over the years, but like this one's kind of interesting. This one, let's see if I can get this open. This one has a nice good hook tip, which I like. I'm a big hook tip guy, but it's really thick, so I think it might have more heat. I might be able to get more heat to the tip, you know, because I like a lot of heat on my tip. And so this one might be something good to try. Oh, but it's the wrong size, actually. This is going to be the wrong caliber. Darn it. Yeah, it's the wrong cartridge. Okay, well, womp womp. Okay, so I can't use that one. I was excited for a second, and then bubble popped. Yeah, so I need the one that's long and skinny, not doesn't have so much girth. This one's an interesting one, though. It was a little needle tip. Doc White booted from CD. CD? They even have a CD? It started, then it crashed. I don't know how it crashed. Okay, Doc, we're going to have to do something on the side on that because I don't know. I'll see if I can help you walk you through something. This is a weird tip. It's like kind of flat. I don't know. I might want to try some of these things out. Finally caught you live. Always wanted to watch your videos on YouTube. I haven't been able to use it watch them for a long time. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you came live. First time chatter. Anyway, so we have some stuff that we can experiment there. So thank you, Arthur, for that. I'm very grateful. Any donations are welcome. Oh, and it even has a new end here. ISO. Okay. So there you go. Okay, so back to the poll. So the poll says CPU failure is going to be our number 1, and then we're going to go to Precision Source Charger. So Alienwares are out. Nobody's out. Nobody wants Alienwares anymore. So I probe Precisions for science. That's what we're doing. I probe Precisions for science. Just the tips. Just the tips. Okay, so 2-1. I have it right here, actually. Doc. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have to figure out what's going on, why you can't boot the Clonezilla. So if people aren't familiar, Clonezilla is actually like an open source Linux-based cloning software. You can download it free. It's an ISO. I just put it on USB, boot right off of it, and it has a ugly interface. I mean, like throw up interface. It's really bad because it's just all command line. And so I have people here that are just like don't want to use Clonezilla because it just doesn't have a UI, but it will clone anything. You can clone anything that Linux-based or Windows-based. If it has BitLocker, if it has whatever, it doesn't care. It doesn't care. Okay, that's why I love it. And so it's very, very easy. Why is people saying no vote on Twitch? There was a vote, it just ended. So the vote on Twitch did end already, and there it is. You can see the results. The results are there. So I'm not sure what's going on then. Too early to probe. Okay, but anyway, so we can talk about what's going on and what error you're getting. Send me a picture of it or whatever. I'm giving up sleep time to donate about an hour. All right, Jack. And then Jack, go to sleep. All right. Working crazy hours, huh? Raw data blocks. Okay, so here we go. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Right. So we are working on a Precision 7740. Let me make sure there's no personal information on here. Now, this customer sent in 2 of these Precision 7740s. This one looks a little like it's bent in half almost. Does that look bent? I mean, this is bent, obviously, but does that whole corner look bent? It almost does. I'm trying to think. Let me pull up the notes, because I think this was one where they packed it really bad, and this might have happened in shipping. Let me see. Precision. Let's see if I have notes on it. No AC adapter included, 2.1 CPU failure. It doesn't have a note about what is going on. Okay. Or why it's so bent up. But it's bent up. I don't know. Maybe they bought them used, bought a couple of them or something. But yeah, look at that. That is, there's your there's your problem right there. It's maybe shorting to the board for all I know. So this one is safe to turn on. They have it says turn it off. Now it won't turn on. So apparently they used it at some point. We're going to go with I'm going to just do a 240 watt charger on this one. And we'll pull up the power meters chart because I want to see what it does. Broken when it was sent to the sender. All right, so we're going to plug it in. So keep an eye here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, so resting current 30 milliamps. It did have a little bit of inrush. You can see it kind of do that little spike and then come back down. And now it's just resting. That's what we want. Okay, so I'm going to open the lid. Okay, open the lid. It jumped up. Now, was that battery charge current? Did it happen to do that exact time whenever I opened the lid? I'm going to undo it because it jumped at 180 milliamps, which right around that, 200, 240, somewhere around there, it will start to negotiate with the battery and charge the battery. So I don't know if that was doing it at that particular moment. So I'm going to go no hands for a second. I'm just going to let it sit here, see if it jumps up to that. But otherwise, it might have been powering on. Okay, so there's the 1.8 that we were looking at, or 0.18, and then the 2 amps. So now, that was, you're right, no intro. Oh my gosh, you guys, you're supposed to keep me on track. I totally forgot about that. All right. I forgot, no intro. I usually do an intro. You're killing me here. Okay, all right, we'll do an intro. Someone needs to update the title. Can someone do the title for me? 7740. 2.1 possible CPU failure, or I can do it if y'all want. I don't know if I have mods here. I know I do. I know I have mods here. Someone will do it. All right, so, and I don't know what's going on with this dent here. I don't know. He sent me 2 of them. Close the poll. I like that idea. All right, the poll is being closed. I bet the problem is a double hoop collector IC. Santa, you may be onto something. I have no idea what that is. So you sound like you know what you're talking about here. So I don't know. Oh, sorry. Dell. Okay. I'm going to add more stuff here. Bad CPU, question mark? Yeah, that when people come in, they know what we're talking about. Okay. Does that work? Can we see it? Dell Precision 7740, 2.1 error code. Okay. All right, let's just do an intro and then we'll get going on this. Sorry about that. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Dell Precision 7740. Now this one, I actually got 2 of them sent in by the same customer. And this one came in a little bit mangled and bent. But here's the issue with it. They said it was working and then it turned off, never came back on again. And we turned it on to test it and it said that it had a 2.1 error code. So that usually points to a CPU. I haven't taken a look at this yet. So let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Uh-oh. I just knocked my microphone off. Can everyone hear me still? Okay. All right, we're back. Back on track. Okay, so is everything good? My audio good still? I just banged it. 10 out of 10 on the intro? Okay, cool. Perfect. All right. So we do have the laptop here. It is bent up, like we said. I don't know what the shape is here or what's going on with that. So it could have happened in shipping. It could have happened prior to that. I haven't talked to the customer. I don't know anything about like what the history is of this. Their sticker literally just says, "Turned it off. Now will not turn on." So, or now will not start. Now, that points to it being a machine that they've actively used, not one that they just purchased, right? So everything's a clue, right? So was this just a machine that they were using every single day and they had 2 of them and this one happened to not work and the other one happened to start to have this error too? Tyler, thanks for that donation there. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. So let's plug it in. Let's just keep an eye on the power meter. Let's see how much current it pulls. I just want to see what it does. When we plug it in, it looks like it is resting at 30 milliamps, and we'll see if it starts charging here in a second, because it should. First step is to unbend it. Do it. Do it now. Santa, you are so on it, I'm sure. Yeah, so I think we just need to unbend it. So it is charging the battery, so we are at least getting our main power rail up and running. The power management chip's working. The protection MOSFETs are working, right? So we already know certain parts of this thing is working. And Santa Claus wants me to unbend this thing, unbend it now. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to be unbending here. I can bend that. With it plugged in, of course, because that's crazy Nate's way. No. I think I'm going to have to pry it more later. If you bend it too much, the electronics will reverse polarize and do a pass-through. I believe so. I concur with you. I concur that I probably should have the battery unplugged when I'm unbending things. I should probably have the power unplugged from it. Anyway, all right, so let's go back to this. I'm going to open the lid. I want to see if the EC chip is responding. And I did not see anything happen here. Okay, I'm going to press the power button. And the power button, I did not pull any current. Did you see that? I got a power light on. When I press the power light, what? Okay, there we go. It just did that. Okay, hold on. My brain is processing this. So the point of pressing the power button is you should see some current change. Okay, power button turns on the machine. It communicates with the EC chip, which is the embedded controller, running a loop of code that's communicating with all the input and outputs, right? The keyboard and the power button, things like that, opening and closing the lid. Now, it was just charging the battery. Normally what happens when you power on a laptop, it stops charging the battery, so it doesn't like use that, it needs that extra headroom, turns that off, and then starts powering the machine. Well, when I pressed it, I literally pressed this. That thing did not move. It stayed perfectly charging the battery, but the power light came on. And the power light's on and off, on and off. I mean, the machine's off, basically. You see it's sitting at 30 milliamps, but the freaking light is on. What? So, I smell something suspicious. I smell something suspicious here. So, to me, I don't know. Should I give away too much stuff? I'm just kind of like trying to think about if this was a CPU failure, right? A real one. I haven't seen the error code yet, so I don't know where this error code is going to come from. But if it actually, oh, here we go. Right here. Where's the error code? Okay, now it's back to charging batteries. All right, I press the power button again. Well, it's not doing that. Power button does nothing. The keyboard light on? Well, I saw something blinking for a second here. Oh, there it is. Okay, you guys do the counting. So basically what I'm saying is if there was a CPU failure, I would expect it to try to turn on the CPU. But when you press the power button, it didn't do anything. So to me, is it actually trying to turn on the CPU? Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. EC failure, firmware, it could be BIOS, it could be, I don't know. I mean, it could be a number of things that are not physical firmware. I mean, physical hardware, like a CPU actually being failured. The EC on the BGA, that's some, I got my EC on my BGA. Solid white. Solid white's charging. Hold on, let me get this thing to trigger again. Okay, power button's on. Still says charging, but the power button's on. Crazy. I don't even know what that means. It's not doing anything. We just need to see a 2-1. Come on, show it to me. I'm doing it like this so you can see the power button light's still on, and then this light's on. You saw the 2-1? Okay, so now it should do it, because now it's off, but it's on, right? You see the current? You're watching with me, right? It's off, but it's on. Come on. We just need to see this error code or else, I don't know. Okay, that was a little spike there. Okay, there we go. Where's my error? You saw it. Keep moving. Gary's in charge. Gary knows. Gary saw it. Okay. I haven't seen it. Okay, well, whatever. We're just going to say it's there. So supposedly there's an error that I can't see. But this machine's acting really crazy and weird. So let's pop this thing out. Oh, this thing has a nice modular build here. Look at this. Look, we can just take the bottom off like that. And the bottom is off. And this machine also has very easy access door here. We just take these 2 screws out. If you never owned a 7000 series Precision, they are awesome. So check this out. Wait, hold on. Wait for it. There we go. Look at that. We have the whole bottom off. So this one did not take a screw. This one had 2 screws, takes the whole cover off, and now you have access to everything. This thing takes 4 sticks of RAM, 4 NVMe drives. Yeah, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. You can put a 2.5-inch drive right there. Is that what that is? Or is this the bigger battery? I think this is the bigger battery maybe. And then you have, yeah, WWAN and WLAN. I mean, this one, and I think this has a modular GPU also. So a lot of good stuff in here. Try flashing the BIOS. So we should start with flashing the BIOS. We could. Let me take out their drive here. I want to unplug the CMOS battery, which you have access to. You don't need to take apart the whole machine. And is this a fake? It is a fake battery. Look at that. So take a quick look around. The main battery is fake. I did not mention that. So no serial number here. The font's a little weird. And then we have a, it doesn't say Dell. And this color blue is always a little off. They don't know how to like color tint their ink in order for it to match. So that's how you figure it out. The Wi-Fi card could be the suspect. I'm just going to take all these things out just that way they're out of my way, and then I don't have to worry about it. Let's take a look at these other things here. Is it real or is it fake? Today on Is It Real or Is It Fake, we have a battery that's installed in a Precision 7740. Now, is it what's preventing this machine from coming on? Oh, here's a Samsung 860 EVO with Windows 11 Pro already installed. Why am I talking like this? All right, so I'm going to take out the Wi-Fi card too. We're going to get this out of the way, and then we will start over again with no battery plugged in, and then I'm going to do a CMOS reset on it. And that way we can at least kind of, I'm assuming that I always have techs look at this ahead of time to figure out if it's a bad board or not. I'm assuming that my techs would have done this, but you know, that's how it works. Sometimes they don't. Nate, did you change the BIOS chip from yesterday? I did not, because I didn't think that it was the BIOS chip itself. I was thinking that it's a programming issue. So, but now that there's 1,000 comments that it might be the BIOS chip itself, you're making me doubt myself. But the thing about it is I've only replaced one BIOS chip from it being bad, and it's always whenever I'm writing to the chip. So if I'm writing to the chip and it hits an actual cell or what, a bit or whatever, it keeps failing at that point, that's whenever I see that's bad. I rarely see one that's actually bad otherwise. So, all right, so we have the main battery unplugged, CMOS batteries unplugged, Wi-Fi cards out, the SSD's out, all this stuff's out. So now I want to see what it does. Okay, in Rush, okay, so what was that? So it's doing a CMOS reset. So it's starting up on its own. Do you think it's a CMOS reset, guys? That would be crazy. It's actually starting like normal. This is what a normal startup would look like. That would be crazy if it just comes all the way to me and all they had to do is unplug the CMOS battery. 4 amps looks good to me. I'm not seeing any issues. I don't have any blink codes here. Back off, should come back on. Coming back on. Well, still no error code here. I'll stand it up for you so you can see it. So getting hot. The fans aren't spinning or anything like that. We're going to give it some time. This takes a couple turn offs, turns back on. So it's flatlining. Did it get to a state where it's flatlining? Nope. See, it's still doing something. But is that a repeat process? And we have picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man, what technician worked on this? Oh God. Okay. All right. Well, so here's your sign, people. Here's your sign. Oh yeah, it could be. Actually, you know what? So somebody's mentioning there, bad M.2 drive, bad Wi-Fi card, bad whatever. So yeah, so I'm sitting here going, the tech who worked on this did not actually spend much time doing the full diagnostics before they sent it over to me, which happens sometimes where they're like, oh, this has to be a bad motherboard, because the person who sends it in is saying it's a bad motherboard, and so then they just kind of look at it really quickly and say, yep, definitely bad motherboard. And then they send it over to me, and then I figure it out in like a few minutes. I'm like, did you try this? Did you try this? Did you try this? Boy, that made you sweat. All right, so it is up and running. Definitely not a bad CPU, so that's not what issue we're having. But was it one of those devices we unplugged? That was the other thing that we got to figure out. So we unplugged the CMOS battery, which resets the EC programming, basically. It unplugs that. When you unplug that, it's going to reprogram it from the BIOS. There's a region in there that reprograms the EC chip. And so that's what is always good, to unplug the CMOS battery, let it reprogram that. But it could be one of these, the NVMe drive or the Wi-Fi card. That was the issue, or this fake battery. So we're going to now plug everything back in. Or we can do one by one, but I'd rather just do everything because I'm crazy. That way we can get it over with. So we're going to get that guy back in there. This guy back in here. Couple screws. How do you know if it's fixed? If it wasn't, oh. Yeah, that's true. How do you know if it's fixed? It's not unbent. Okay, so here's what's going to end up happening. I'm going to tell you right now, because I'm not taking this thing apart to do all that. I'm going to give this back to my other tech, if this all works with everything, and I'm going to have him go back and take the whole thing apart and reseat everything and do all this stuff, because that just means that he just wanted to pawn it off on me. That's what it seemed like to me. There's like, he'll figure it out. I'm like, okay. All right, so do I have everything back in there? 1, 2, that was the only thing, right? CMOS batteries plugged back in. So those are the 4 things I unhooked. Everything's back in here. One at a time. Jagged, I don't want to go by one at a time. I think this thing is fixed. So using my theory, it should just work. I press the power button, it's actually moving around. He's watching on the stream and having a giggle. He's over on the side going, I got him. Now I have another one of my texts. He is so funny. He's so funny because he's like, ha 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 ha, I found you another board repair. I'm like, oh my gosh, what? But he cackles like he's like a spy versus spy type of guy. And he's like, and he's like giving me another board repair. I'm like, oh, I'm already stacked up. I'm already backed up. And he's like, yep, here's another board repair. Because they like, most people, you know, I don't know if it's 50-50 come in that are board repair or not. And so it's whenever they find one, they're like, you know, good, I don't have to do this. That must be Harris. Yeah, Harris is the one doing the little cackling thing. This one was a different tech that I have. And it's twisted a little. Test for the BGA. Okay, so that's a good idea. So first I want to get posting, and then we're going to twist it a little bit. Twist and shout. I saved this laptop. I really just unplugged the CMOS battery and plugged it back in. All right, so that's all part of my diagnostic process, people, right? You go step by step, step by step. Should we boot the diagnostics right now? And just to kind of do that, is it doing the 2.1 again? Well, because I unplugged the charger and I didn't have the CMOS battery plugged in, it takes a little while to start up. So now it should start up fast, because now I have the CMOS battery plugged in. So it should just start immediately every single time. They do have a drive in there, so I'm assuming it will boot to an OS, so we can actually test that, because that will also test the CPU. And then once we're in the OS, then I'll just do a little twisty twist, and it should be fine. Jerry Seinfeld. If the computer repair guy wait, Jerry Seinfeld was a computer repair guy. What's the deal with these CMOS batteries? What's the deal with CMOS batteries? Yeah, I like that. This can't be that easy for the pizza. Yeah, that's what I would think. It should not be that easy of a pizza, because if all I did was unplug some things and the thing turned on, then they did not unplug some things to test it, right? No flex for you. Easy fix. Now, again, it's also like the customer didn't know to unplug that stuff either, so I don't know about that. It'd be funny if just reseating components fixed it. And it wasn't the components, it's the CMOS battery. I guarantee it's the CMOS battery. That's like whenever I have interviews of techs, like the number one thing that, or one of the things, one of the interview questions are, if a laptop comes in and it appears to be completely dead and will not power on, what is your first thing to go test, right? Or something like that. And it is do a CMOS reset on it. That is 100%. Like Alienwares, we don't really have to do CMOS resets because they don't use CMOS batteries in general, and it doesn't function the same way. But because a lot of them, the EC chip is programmed. But all these latitudes and precisions and XPSs, the EC chip, which is that embedded controller that's telling the laptop to turn on and start up, that thing is programmed by the BIOS chip. And sometimes it gets corrupted, and the only way to reprogram it is to unplug the CMOS battery or unplug the main battery, discharge everything, plug it back in. Okay, so we have it up and running. I'm just going to twist it a little bit, see if it's still running. Still running. And then we'll do the old laptop drop, and still running. So we're good. I think it was just a CMOS reset type of situation where it'd probably been sitting for a little while, or the ME region got corrupted, or the EC region got corrupted, or something like that. So 10 amps is perfect. That's a perfect amount. I only have a 240 watt charger plugged into this thing, but this thing, I guess 240 is probably what it takes. 240, 241, something like that. All right, so I'm going to shut this down. We're going to be done with this one, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it back to the other tech, and then I'm going to, let him know what happened, and then hopefully it's a learning experience. I won't shut him too bad. And then we're going to have him take apart this entire machine and redo all the plastics on here and get all this stuff working, and then we'll double check again. It does look very bowed though right there. So, all right, next. I'm glad it wasn't a CPU issue, but I kind of, you know what I should do? I feel like I actually, okay. All right, hold on. I feel like you guys have been done wrong. What do you think about that? I think you want a real 2-1 error. I have another one over here that's a 2-1 error. Maybe it's a real one. So should I pivot over to this other 2-1 because this was a fake 2-1, and then I'll get you a real 2-1? Or we can just move on to the next one. And the other one, let me just tell you what it is, just so you kind of know. It's an Alienware 17R4, so a 2016 or 17 Alienware with a 2-1 error. And that one is notorious for having a bad MOSFET on the CPU. So, okay, so everyone says yes, please. Real 2-1, go for real 2-1. Okay, so we're going to do the real 2-1 error next. Okay, so that was a fake one. Here's a real one. Here's a real one. So Alienware 17R4 2-1 error code. Oh, you already did the title. Perfect. Man, you're on it. Who is that? Sinan, thank you. Sinan's the man. He can't do what no one can. Okay. Oh, this thing is big like bull. All right, so these are these big, giant apparati. And is it partially taken apart already? See, I like whenever it's at least partially taken apart. That means that they've actually done something to it. Oh my gosh. Here's another one of these. Okay. So this is even worse than that one. The whole corner's gone. Okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'll do an intro. We're just kind of taking a gander at it real quick. I think we got a lot of stuff going on. Oh my gosh, this thing has a lot of words. Whew. This is a lot of words, people. How are we going to even get through these words? I always do this, kind of explain what we're doing, and then that gets my brain going on what we're going to talk about here. But so the laptop was a handy down. Currently does not have Windows installed. So the BIOS version, how does he know all the BIOS version and all this stuff if it has a 2.1 error? I don't really understand this. Multiple BIOS updates attempts remains a 1.2.4 system battery only. Boots more reliably. Why does it say it boots? System struggles to start. Windows install. Okay. Please investigate possible power. I'm confused. So as soon as Windows or Ubuntu starts loading, then it instantly powers off. Okay, so maybe it's not a 2.1 error, but it is? I don't know. So the machine apparently does turn on. Okay. I gotta think about this. That's a lot of words. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware 17R4. Now this is a laptop circa 2016, 2017. Now this one was sent in, and they said that they have a hard time getting it to boot to Windows, and right as it starts to boot up, it shuts off, and apparently gives them a 2.1 error, which points to a bad CPU. Now I do immediately notice a few different issues. The entire corner of this laptop is missing. It is bent up. So maybe related, maybe unrelated, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, I don't know what we're doing here. Why did I pivot to this one again? It's a fake one all over it again. Fake. Now, here's my thought. So their notes are saying something about not being able to boot up, but it does turn on, not being able to update BIOSes or something like that. And it was handed down to them, so they don't know the history on it. But I can tell you the history on 17R4s. This is a laptop that I've worked on a bunch. And the main reoccurring theme is that MOSFET number 2 from the right burns up over and over and over and over and over. And so if this thing is shutting off, booting to Windows, it could be one of those MOSFETs on the CPU that are failing, and especially because they're 2.1. And so we could just replace all the MOSFETs, and then that usually will fix it, and the CPU hasn't died yet. Or it could be something related to the GPU trying to start up and it's shutting off, but then why would it give a 2.1 error? So those are the only things I'd figure out, though. Yep, you have a 15R3. So 17R4 is the same as a 15R3, same motherboard. Okay, I don't know why they didn't line the R numbers up, but so I guess the screen's not plugged in. Let me plug the screen in, and then we can try powering it on, see if we can get what it's saying. Booting the Windows. The thing is that my note, there's a note on the front of my card here or whatever that tells me kind of the snapshot of what's going on. It says 2.1 on it. So that means that my tech before this looked at it and said, no, it's giving a 2.1 error. So I guess I can read his notes. Here, let me read his notes. I feel like I'm gypping you guys today. I don't want to get gypped. All right, so it says opening the box, there was damage on the heatsink, most concentrated to the back corner on the left. Okay, emailed the customer with update. They replied, next customer. Okay, so giving a 2.1 error, CPU failure. I suspect the problem has to do with the power to the CPU. Left the message with the customer, getting a 2.1 postcode. So my text saying he's getting a 2.1 postcode. He never got anything more than that. Confirmed that it's not seeing it again. The system was able to. They confirmed that they were able to turn the system on using a battery. So it turns on with a battery, but doesn't turn on with a charger. What? And gives a 2.1 error. Ooh, this is going to be spicy. Ooh, this is spicy, guys. Okay, so that would have been fun to put in the intro, knowing that. But so apparently this thing works on battery, but does not work properly on the charger. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, you start saucing that around, people. Think about what is the difference whenever you're on battery versus the charger. And I will get this plugged in. 2.1's fake. I don't know. We're back in the Seinfeld's references. All right. Okay, so I'm going to plug in the charger. Let me reset the meter here. Okay, so power meter's right there. We're going to plug in the charger. 3, 2, 1. It just kind of jumped up to 180 milliamps and stopped. Open the lid. Nothing happened. Press the power button. It just did that little spike for a second to 70. Right as I press it, it goes to 70 and then stops. Oh, sorry, put the graph up there. Right as I press the power button, 70. Oh, now it's staying on. So the first 3 times I did it, it went to 70 and then turned off. And now it's actually staying on at, what? Unbending will fix it. It has a short. A fuse? I wish there was a fuse in this machine. Why is it staying on all of a sudden? Oh, now we're getting an error code. Is that right? Can't see it. All right, new day, another laptop that needs to be saved. And today we have an Alienware M18R2 that won't charge the battery. Customer states that it fell out of a space shuttle through the atmosphere and landed in the ocean. And they think it might be water damage. Let's open it up and find out. Okay, is that blinking? 1, 2, 1. And we have a 2-1, I can't believe. So we finally found the 2-1 error code, and the machine is coming on. Okay, we win. We finally met our match here. And so now I want to see, like, the fans are blasting. Oh, it's on battery right now. The battery's still on. Plugged in. Okay. Let me turn it back off. Is it fake? Is it real? This does not have liquid metal. If it does, then they are not good at what they're doing. I've seen these machines come in with liquid metal. These things don't have dams, and so they would leak everywhere. I mean, it goes everywhere. So the battery is plugged in because it just ran off the battery. I just can't tell if it's turning on or not. Oh, wait. Do I hear the fans? Hello? Hello, my little friend. Yeah, fans are on or trying to come on. All right, I think we need to open this thing up. Did you plug in the screen? Oh, did I plug in the screen with the battery plugged in? Yeah, apparently so. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I would have never thought that the screen would be unplugged with the battery plugged in. How's that? Wow. Okay, so number one rule on working on a laptop, you flick the battery cable before you mess with the LCD screen. Whoop, whoop. All right, so we might be fixing something else if that's what's going on, but it's not posting or anything. The fans are spinning up, and we do still have our error code here. We do, right? 1, 2. Oh, all right, so 2-1. All right, let's open it up and take a look inside. Fans are starting to blast off again. It's the screen police. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why is the battery even plugged in? Okay, battery's unplugged. Flick, flick, flick. Oh gosh, is this thing taken apart? Good. I'm gonna undo all this. Get this thing off of here. Get out of my way. So these middle frames are nothing I miss. Do not miss a middle frame to save my life. So it's just this whole piece that comes off of here. So CPU's right here. Ooh, CPU's not warm at all. That's interesting. So it was just on. It was pulling current. Let me plug this back in. So we have no battery plugged in this time. And I'm going to press the power button. So 0.7 turns off. 0.7 turns off. Okay. I think we may have a true bad CPU, guys. But there is a CMOS battery. We'll unplug the CMOS battery. This one doesn't really have a true CMOS reset because the EC chip is programmed on it, but I don't know. I don't know. What is that current? What is that doing? Look at that. It's like going up and down and up and down. Tony Montana had it. Okay, so press it. It's weird. Right as I press it, the fans spin and it shuts off. So I don't know how many times I should be pumping that thing to death. All right, let me pull this board. Let's take the heatsink off. I have to pull the board to take the heatsink off because the fans plug in on the other side of the board. Great design. Best design I've ever seen. And then we can kind of figure this out. Now this, I'm not going to spend too much time on it because we're going to be able to figure out if it's a bad CPU pretty quickly, and that's what we're going to go for. But if it's just a matter of just changing out some MOSFETs, then we should be good to go. How much damage transferred in the corner? Well, the corner doesn't have any electronics. So this is a corner that's missing everything. So the heatsink's here. The motherboard's in the middle over here and off to the side and mainly over here. So there's nothing over here. This is just a daughter board that connects. So nothing. No damage. We need a refibrillator. Go thermal. Okay, we're going to go thermal when I have it out, when I have the heatsink off. Because when we go thermal, we'll be able to see if we just get like a little spike of heat in the corner of the CPU. Or, because the thing is that we could have a short somewhere else that's on one of the power rails around the CPU that's not allowing it to come on. I mean, it is giving a CPU failure. I hate this design. I hate it. The corner is cut off, cut short. Okay, so it says you can see a arrhythmic on the PSU. Shock it! We have an A. Are you a heart cardiologist? That'd be interesting if we're able to if we see some sinorhythms or whatever it is, and then you just shock it right back into rhythm. I'm not a cardiologist either, so I don't know the terms. So someone's about to say it. New AI generation. Is it real or is it fake? Theme song. Is it real or is it fake? How can you transfer motherboard? Did it take? Oh, I'm doing the bad thing. I'm doing the bad thing, taking the motherboard out without unplugging the LCD screen. This is how you rip the LCD connector off, people. This is how I've seen it a million times. We did it the other day. We had to replace one of these. I started doing it myself. I got too excited. Hell, I already plugged in the screen with the battery plugged in. What else can we do wrong? I didn't copy the song. HP battery swap. What? HP? 1 second, now it's dead. I don't know anything about HPs, bro. I don't know anything about no HP. Okay. At least you caught yourself. I know. I've done it pretty much every single time I've worked on this machine. You have to kind of have a mental state where you're just like, go for it. Go unhook this. Miscellaneous, that is a nice, beautiful donation. Thank you for that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Laptop, terrible design. Terrible, terrible. But it's built like a tank, I gotta say. All right, and the motherboard is out. Has it been out before, is the question. Does it look like it's been taken apart? I don't see too much evidence of it. Here's a piece of the chassis here. Finally watched the live stream. Shay, thank you so much. I'm glad you made it. I know a lot of people are finally catching the live streams. I try to make it where it's convenient enough, but I know it's hard. In 4 hours, you don't even have to watch the whole thing. You can just kind of pop in. People just put it on in the background and I babble on. Just a bunch of shenanigans anyway. It's just science and shenanigans. That's all we have. HPs are evil. Evel. I think it's pronounced evel. It does look a little bent, doesn't it? Cupped. Maybe right here. Yeah, it's this corner. Okay, is that better? That's more regulation. Yeah, this is the side that's completely crumpled. Brown backlight on the card. You're talking about underneath the motherboard where it's getting all hot. It's actually a brass, not brass, whatever, copper. This is like a copper plate for shielding, and yeah, it's definitely changed some color. All right. Oh, come on. Screws do not seem like they've ever come out, so I think we're going to have factory paste under here, which is nice. Learning for science. And this one's stripped. So right after I said that, then I was like, oh wait, this screw is stripped right here. So never mind, somebody has taken this apart. It's just these are so like locked in. How tight do they need to actually put these screws? Gosh. Needs a new heatsink. Yeah, I think I have some of these, right? I think I do. Let's see if I have any of these. No, I don't have any of those. Oh, because this is the one that has to be for the 1070. So, of course not. Well, okay. We're gonna have to, I probably have a used one sitting around somewhere from some donor machine. If we need to do that route, we can do that. Motherboard is fried. Move on. No soup for you. Okay, so we got this off. So here's what I always look at. So this machine is notorious for having a burnt MOSFET, and it's always this fourth one right here, or the second from the right. It's always this one. And it looks a little spicy, a little burned, but it's not, I don't think it's failed all the way, if anything. But so my science experiment would be to just replace all of these. You can see this one's a little discolored. Like this one looks like it's in great condition, right? This SICK 32, or SICK 632. But all these have been having a lot of heat, and this one hasn't. This might be integrated graphics. These are all tied together. They all run in phase or out of phase, right? Let's see. This one, this one, and this one. Is that one together with it too? I can't tell. What I'm doing is I'm trying to look at the output tracks here. So we have this one and this one are definitely tied together in this one. So these three are together. And then this one, are these together? I guess I can measure. Probe them. So we're going to check them in resistance mode. I just want to see, but we see, are these connected? So those are connected together. And then these three should be connected together. And I'll just go all the way over to the edge here. No? No? Those aren't connected together. Are these connected together? No? The meter is in voltage mode. Oh, my meter is not showing on the screen is what's going on. Let's see. I figured out what that USB sound is whenever it sounds like it's unplugging. It's me bumping this. Yeah, see, it does that. And then it messes up my gauge there. I don't know what's going on. I'm bumping some wire. Okay, are we working now? Let's see. Yep, okay, so we're in resistance. So I'm measuring all the way to here. And that's not right. To here? No? To here? What is going on? How is this possible? This is breaking my brain. These should definitely be connected together. You see this? You see this track here? You see that track? Oh, look, I'm measuring right there. That should be on the side. Okay, that's 0. Okay, did you see what I was doing? Did you literally see that? You see how this one's turned sideways? So I was measuring like this, and like this. I'm like, why is this not working? So you have to measure right here. Duh, there's your sign. Okay, what about this one? If I go all the way over. And that was not. Okay, so these three are together, these two are together, and I suspect that usually this one's the bad one. I kind of want to just change these 3 6 out and be done with it. What do y'all want to do? Y'all think? But let's turn it on under the thermal camera so we can see at least what it does under the thermal camera. Nate needs more coffee. My coffee's over there and I haven't had a drop since I got here. I need more green drink is what I need. Do we even have my thermal camera set up? No. No, of course not. Thermal. Going thermal. Where is my thermal camera? No injection. Well, we're going to measure in a second too. I just want to see what's getting hot, what's not. I mean, we can go around and measure right now too. I don't want to inject until we know what measurements we have. And maybe I'm going a little bit out of order. I don't know. Don't know. But I need to at least get my thermal camera set up. Okay, I think it's working now. All right, bypass injection. That's only if it's shorted. So we definitely shouldn't have a short through the CPU right now because the machine does power on. So that's at least my thought on that. So if I at least measure from ground to this coil, we have 4 ohms, 4.6, that's fine. And then if I measure from ground to this coil, we have 2. So both of those measurements are in line. So right now the CPU is not bad. It's not shorted. We're not having an issue with it. We just have it where it doesn't really want to start. And so the odds that we have one of those is bad, or we have even this PWM controller bad, is probably pretty high. And so those are the things that I think I want to start with, but I want to see what it looks like under the thermal camera when we go thermal, because going thermal is awesome. Take a moment to take a drink of water or a drink of something. Thank you. Thank you. Got my coffee. Oh, it's still hot. Hot. Okay. And I'll have some more green drink. Get my green on. Okay, so let me go ahead. I guess we need this chart up here. I took that off for a second. Let me plug in the charger. So we'll keep an eye right around. So here's the CPU, here's the GPU, here are the power phases. I'm going to move this down just a little bit. We want to see if one of these phases light up. This is the coils above it, so we're going to try to look for it right below it. Let's see if we see anything weird there. Plugging it in. And then I'm going to try to power it on, which there's no power button. Darn it, I'm going to have to hook a power button to this. I think I have one in my bag of jacks. Go into the bag of jacks to get a power button. The power button's on the other side of the board, so it's hard to trigger it on and look at the same time, if you know what I mean. Do I have one in here? Don't think I do. Oh, it is that board. Okay. So this one? Yeah, I have one. All right, got a power button. Let me go back and hook that up. Because here's where the power button actually plugs in, and then I wouldn't be able to access it because it's on the opposite side of the board. So I'm just going to take this and hook it up and just have it hang out the other side. The backer is not on this. Hopefully it's tight enough. What's the error with the pruder? This thing has a bad CPU most likely. What is this? Is that flux? Someone replaced this USB-C port. I spy service. Someone has serviced this machine. So the USB-C port's been replaced. I didn't know these USB-C ports go bad on this machine. Okay, I think we're lined up now. Sus areas. Sussy. Where's the CPU? Okay, I have it flipped the other way now. So here's the CPU, here's the GPU, here are the power phases. It's the opposite direction I just showed you. Plugging it in. I'm going to press the power button. Of course, it doesn't like the power button. Oh, because the power button fell out. All right, we're going to have to do some surgery real quick on this power button. I'm sorry, detour. We only have to do surgery because there's supposed to be a backing on here to make this thicker, and it's too thin. So I'm going to have to add a little backer on here. I got some 2mm capped on tape. I'll just put it on the back. Hot glue it in place. Scenic route. Yeah, I know. Sometimes this is the stuff that I would cut out of videos, you know, these little boring things where you're just like, okay, you have to do this extra step here, but especially videos are already too long. Have you noticed that? Some of those videos are just like long. And some people are like, you're making them so long. And then some people are like, I love them long. And then you're just like, who do I cater to? So then you have to do a mix. And then you have it where some people are like, man, I wish you did more long ones. And then other people are like, why'd you make it so long? You know what I mean? You're like, this guy's going crazy. He's lost his mind. What is he talking about? All right, the goal of this is just to make it a little thicker, so whenever I put it into the zip connector, it kind of holds it tight. Hopefully it doesn't fall off right whenever I stick it in there. God. Okay, get in your home. Let's just get off my scissors. Stop it. Okay. It's not going to work. Hopefully. All right. Stay. Stay. Keep rambling. Keep rambling. I know people like it whenever I just kind of save random stuff for some reason. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll just fill the air. Just filling the air with random comments. Okay, so now that I have this actually thicker, hopefully it will just stay in its home. Otherwise, it just popped out from before. And then we can add hot glue like suggested, but that may be a little bit overkill. Of course, it's still too thick. Oh, gosh. This is like surgery because it has to be really, I don't want to cut the wire itself. I'm glad you can see what I'm doing. It is not boring. Okay, well, I'm glad. I'm glad. But if this was a regular video, you would just fast forward it. Get in there. All right, we're going to have to solder some wires to this. That's what I'm going to do in a second. We need some circus music. Get in there. The thing is that these wires get messed up so easily, and so if I kind of force it in there, then it ends up making it not want to work. All right, let's see if it's working now. Got it plugged in. Seems a little tighter. Press the power button. Nothing's happening. All right, I'm going to solder some wires instead, I think. If that's okay with you. This wire may be bad anyway, these cables. All right. I give up with that. So here's why we turn it on. It's these two wires right here. You just touch these together, and the power's on. Not working? It's backwards. Really? Well, there's pins on both sides. I'm pretty sure it does go this way. I'm pretty sure. Now you're making me doubt myself. No, it does go the other. No, I was putting in right. But we'll try it. But it's funny because I just tried to turn it on and it didn't turn on with the shorting those two pins. So it's kind of weird. Get down in there. Okay. Lock it. Cheers, you can do it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Power button. Hey, that is working. Who would have thought I was wrong? Well, who was the one who said it was backwards? Lead and yeah, lead. Wait, and Craig. Led and Craig. Those are the two people of the hour. Thank you. All right, so we did get that in there. Now we'll flip it over gently. Okay. Most of us. Oh, okay. All right, then everyone gets credit except for me because I was wrong. Thank you for that. It takes a village to plug in a power button. All right, so we have CPU, GPU. These are the coils. The MOSFETs are out of the view. Let me move it over a little bit. The MOSFETs are here, and then here's the coils, and the MOSFETs are there. So that's what we're looking at. All right, does everyone get to relevance or references? All right, it's plugged in. Press power. Okay, so I saw a couple things. Saw something here. I saw the edge of the CPU, obviously, but this is what I'm more interested in, that right there. And then the chipset came on. This is a chipset over here. So what is this thing? That right there. So the CPU, I'm less concerned with the CPU coming on the edge there because that could be part of the startup process of just turning the edge on there. But let's look at what this other thing is. We're going to go to split view. And we're looking at right here-ish. Let's see. This resistor is getting hot. So that 2 ohm resistor is tying to something that is probably shorted. It's going to come back on again. Yep, right there. So that's going to be my first measurement. That's going to be my first measurement because I'm going to go straight there and I'm going to figure out if we do have some sort of short there. Now, I have seen this before, and I'm going to tell you. I have seen a CPU failure be because it was missing a power rail or there was a short over here on the GPU side. So I don't know. That's not what I'm calling here, but I'm just saying that we have something that is getting warmed that does point us in a certain direction. And usually if a resistor is getting hot, it's trying to power something that's shorted on the other side of it. So if we measure right here, we should get some sort of low measurement, I'm assuming. So we're in continuity mode. Yes, there we go. And we have 4 ohms here. Now where does this 4 ohms go? We're going to have to figure that out. Interesting. So one side's 0.3 and one side is 2 ohms. So that means that this is 0.3 probably referencing to 0.3 of the GPU. If we measure what the GPU's resistance is. GPU is 0.4. So if I measure from GPU to that, I just want to see what the voltage is, or resistance, sorry. 0.1, almost 0. So I'm thinking this is referencing off of this power phase here. And then going somewhere. Let me measure this here. That's fine. So this is going to be probably the same as one of these over here, I bet. Do you think these tie together for some reason through a 2 ohm resistor? That doesn't even make sense. No, that's 4 ohms. All right, let's pull up a board view because I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what that thing does, man. All right, so this board is a D751P, LA D751P. Let me see if I can find one of those. LA D751P. All right, so we have our board view pulled up, and we have a schematic pulled up too that we can reference if we need to. Now the main thing I want to figure out is what someone just said, because I can't never see it. When I'm on the other screen, I can never see what someone says when you do that. Poke the cap. Oh, I didn't even poke the cap. You're right. You're waiting for me to do that, weren't you? So I got 2 ohms and 0.8. Maybe it's not good resistance. 0. Wait, let me press down harder on this one. 0.2. I think this is ground on this side, and then this is just tied to whatever this other output is, this ground, and this is probably referencing through to ground. This is a 2 ohm. We're going to figure that out in a second here. I don't think that cap's shorted. I think it's going through the resistor, and the resistor is getting hot, personally. But I was just wrong a second ago, people. So, you know, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. All right, so we have, where are we at? Where are we at? Right here. So here's that inductor, and here are those two components. This is what's getting hot. So this ties to this phase. Okay. And then it comes over here. So that cap's going to the ground. And then where does this go? Where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere. So yeah, this could be shorted somewhere because it doesn't go anywhere. It literally just goes in a circle. What do you think about that one? There's nothing else here. Why would this get hot unless there's a short here? What are you guys thinking? Pull up resistor, connect the microwave transformer to the DC jack. Just a simple thing here. GPU Schneider. Trying to find a short with the thermal camera. We can inject some voltage in there, or we can just ignore that, or we can grab a donor board and see what it looks like when it turns on, if it always gets hot there. Yes, it's a 2 ohm resistor. They are not cracked. Focus on the chip nearby. GPU short. Lift the coil. Now, aren't all these hooked together? But it didn't look like they were hooked together in the. Am I not on that? Sorry. I hate when I go back to the wrong camera. But what I want to check here is we'd have to lift all the coils, right? Because these are all tied together. But this is tied only to here and over here. So yeah, it could be that. So we can just lift. Well, we can't lift it because this is tied across here. There's no lifting going on. We can take this MOSFET off. That would do it. So if we take that MOSFET off, then it would relieve that. But lifting this isn't going to do anything. Unless you're saying it's back feeding back into here. So lifting this disables this phase, and then this won't. Okay, that could maybe be what it is. Replace the resistor and the capacitor. We could just do that. Reverse probe. And we could also do diode mode too, just to kind of see what that's doing. Oh, this is zeroed with the diode mode. So what's PU6201? Nate is wrong. We don't want to be right. If Nate is wrong, we don't want to be right. PU6201. PU6201 is right here. So these are going to be DR MOSFETs. So they're high-low, they're like dual MOSFETs that power the CPU phases. So I mean GPU phases. So we could pull this guy off of here, or we can lift this up. GPU always is low like this. So if you're concerned with it being at 0.3, that's not bad. I was expecting it to be closer to 0.3. It's actually at 0.4. So it's at 0.2. I mean, maybe it's a little lower than normal. I can grab another one. This is a 1070. Here, let me grab another one so I can kind of show you what the reference is. And we can even measure on another board to see what we're supposed to have right here on this 2.2. Other side of the board, MOSFET. Was there anything else on the other side of the board on that board view? I don't see anything. Will it show heat? Yeah, we can turn it back on so I can show people who are just joining in for the thermal, going thermal again. Let me make sure to grab the actual board that we're working on this time. Last week I think we grabbed a 5.3, a 753 instead of a 751. Okay, so this one has a 2.1 blink code. Ooh, good old 2.1 blink codes. Let's see, 751, this has another 2.1 blink code. I have a stack of these that have 2.1 blink codes. Should we stay away from those as references? Here's one that says it has a bad GPU. This one's missing the CPU and GPU. I wish I had one that turns on. That'd be nice if I had a reference board. These are all bad. Bad, 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 bad. I have so many of these boards, so they're coming out of my ears. Coming out of my ears. Does this board actually work? It has a heatsink on it. This one looks pretty nice. Are they even the right board? 751P? Okay. This board is together. I don't know what that means. It's like, it looks like it's a magical brand new board. Brand new. So, and it has RAM in it. So what does that mean? I have a test machine in the warehouse. I'll have to go get it, but I don't, where we're going, we don't need a test machine right this second. So let me just try turning this thing on instead. And this will be our test machine. Yeah, so this has a 6700, I believe. And the common issue is that the MOSFETs fail on them, so that's why I end up saying that it's a bad CPU. But it'd be funny if there's other issues that cause us 2-1 error on these. And, well, not funny, but it would be nice to know. How's that? 6.7. They should come up with a new error code that's a 6.7 error code. All right, so I plugged in this board. I just want to see if it powers on kind of normally. Why is it even here? Why is it in my stack? I don't know. Do I smell something burning? Fans are spinning. We have fans spin, I can't believe. Oh, I can see what's wrong with this one. The old LCD lift. So LCD's lifted up on this, so I bet this board's working. Yeah, it's turning on like normal, it looks like. So we could probably use this board as a reference board. Let me put a sticker on it, or a note or something. I'll just write on it. Power's on. Okay. There we go. Going thermal. All right, so I'm going to take this heatsink off so we can actually look, and then we can compare thermal signatures. We can compare boot up processes, and we can compare reference resistances. And by doing all that, then we can kind of get a little bit closer. New shirt, going thermal. Yeah, we like the going thermal, huh? But I need to come up with a good graphic to go with that. I just have to think that up. Going thermal. Where's the donor consent form? I know. Did they have to have some sort of like checkbox to say they are willing to give up their organs? This board looks a little dirty. Does it? Does it look randy? So much RAM. So much RAM. I got a plethora of RAM. That's an 8 gig DDR4. 2133. Woo, that's some fast stuff there. Predator themed. Oh, you can do going thermal with Predator themed. Oh, that'd be interesting, because then you could sell it to people who are into that type of stuff, but then make it kind of techie still. And here's a new heatsink for them, right? Or no, this is a 15-inch. Yeah, this is a 15-inch heatsink, so no good. Okay. Oh, funny. There's just tape over this stuff. All right, let's go thermal, see what this thing looks like when we turn it on. Mainly what I want to see is if this gets really hot in this area. Or actually, we can just measure. That's what we're going to do, actually. We're going to measure and see what current we're getting, or resistance. Ooh, a lot higher. 0.6, 0.4. I'm pressing harder, harder, harder. 0.3. I'm pressing really hard, guys, to get down to 0.32. Okay? That's the thing about measurements. If people are probing something and then they don't press hard enough, then they're not getting a good measurement. So this one, 0.3, pressing harder, harder, 0.2, 0.26, 2.5, okay. So not too far off. Nate, please, unplug. What do I got? What do I need to unplug? It's not plugged in. You're scaring me, man. You're scaring me. Oh. Black horse burns candles. All right, what's the other thing? I want to measure that resistor there. Isolate the cap. Let me measure this right here, though. Look, there's liquid metal right here. How's that possible? What in the wide world of sports? So this is 2 point. You can't see it. We got 2.47. That should be the same, and this should be ground. This should be ground. This should be ground. Yep, and then this is the 0.3, or whatever it takes. All right, so same measurements there. All right, so now do you want me to plug it in or not? Under thermal, so we can see what it does. We're thermal scanning aliens. Here, I take screenshots of any of these t-shirt ideas, and I put them in kind of a pile. And then whenever I have time, I'll sit down and try to make a new t-shirt. All right. Make a Magic Spark t-shirt. Are you feeling okay, bro? What, am I not acting okay? Going thermal, plug it in, please, go. PU6201. It may just be a bad power MOSFET. Okay, we're gonna go thermal. Again, I don't have the freaking power button on this thing, so I'm gonna have to try to turn it on and flip it over maybe. That's what I'm gonna do. And I think it's those two. Oh, so that does get hot. So that's normal, normie. And then this whole CPU is getting hot. So we don't have to worry about that. That's normal. And just looks like the whole CPU was supposed to be getting warm immediately, and it didn't. And then the other thing I want to look at is which power stages are coming on. You see how all these are on? So that's what we need to look at. So I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn it back on one more time. You're like, power it off quick. I'm paying attention. As long as this doesn't go over 100, I'm okay. So, because that's a normal. CPU change. Are we doing CPU changes now? No, we're not doing that. Okay, I'm going to turn it on one more time. Wrong wires. Okay, CPU immediately gets hot all the way across the whole thing there, and then I see all those phases on. And this is warm over here too, on the side. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Now we know. Now you know. Smoke and water. Smoke and water. Okay, so I'm going to power it on. So here's where that chip is that was getting hot before, and then here's the power stages, phases, and then the CPU's right there. Press the power. It gets hot and it shuts right back off. And we did get our heat over here off to the side, but the chip just tried to come on for a second. Right on the edge. I'm not super concerned with that yet, but pay attention to these MOSFETs here. I want to see those coming on. None of those seem like they're even coming on. Okay. So, what do you think our next go-to is? I don't think it's GPU related at this point. I don't think that's what's causing it, because we did get that heat signature on both of them. So my next thought process would be to replace probably just all these MOSFETs here. At least the ones that are in pairs, or those three. Good morning, Daryl Flores. Good morning. Thank you for that donation there. Edge of the CPU not even... Well, yeah, because it's heating up the edge of the CPU, but that can mean that not all these phases are coming on. So we could have bad phases, or we could have a bad PWM controller. So if we wanted to go like science mode, we can go kind of step by step, or we could just go replace the PWM controller, replace all these MOSFETs, and see if it turns the whole CPU on. Because at this point, the CPU is measuring fine to me, right? So the CPU is like, if you measure resistance, it seems okay. But if you are seeing where only one part of it's coming on, like say I inject voltage here, for instance. So if I inject voltage in just these two phases right here, then we're only going to have a certain area of the CPU heating up. And then say if I inject voltage here, we'll have certain areas of it heating up. So if we only have part of it turning on, then you know, that can be what's going on. Replace the PWM controller, and I'm fine doing that. I just see these MOSFETs go out so often that I would want to do that too. But reverse probe maneuver. What do you mean by that? Just to fill it back up? where you fill it, where you go backwards. What do you mean, lead? Confused. Lead Farmer's the firmware goat. He is a firmware goat. Do you see how hot this is? How caliente they got? The donor board resistance was the same as this one, right? Or did we not measure all the CPU resistances? See if the MOSFET is dead. Well, the MOSFET, like this, we're fine with, I think, because that gets hot. So it's going to be one of these that are bad. And I would say pulling these things off would be the easiest thing, or just replacing them. So reverse, hold on, lead, I'm confused. Lead Farmer, what are you trying to tell me? None of the Prime subs are sending notifications. 8th month sub resub today. Really? I'm not getting any of those notifications. You're right. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you there, Chesty, for letting me know. 8th month resub today. Man, Chesty. Dedication. Yeah, I need to look in. I'm not getting any of my alerts for some reason. The words are hard. Middle of the dark. Let's see what Les is trying to tell me. Okay. You're at a loss? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pull off some of these MOSFETs and then replace them. That's what I want to see. A split phase issue. So what I was wondering, brainstorming different tests. I gotcha. So you're talking about if we measure backwards, we're going to be putting reverse polarity into these things. So if I measure across here, I'm still getting 2.2. And if I measure this way, I'm still going to get 2.2. But you're filling them up in different directions by doing that. But I'm inclined to just replace these because you can see all the discoloration, see how burnt this is. And just replacing these three phases right here will at least get us one step closer. And then scope the inputs on the PWM. Or we can actually do diode mode on the PWM connections. That actually is an easier way of doing it, because we can't, it's not on long enough to scope it, you know what I mean? Because it's just a pulse on, pulse off. Did you mean safe voltage injected method? Well, doing the bypass, where we're doing like a bypass of voltage injection, doesn't do anything because, again, it's not shorted to ground. So we don't have an injection to ground to try to figure out what's going on. Or do we? What? Oh, yeah, we don't. I mean, I measured it here. Measuring the voltage coming in, we're not getting a short. But what I want to do is measure on the PWM line on each one of those MOSFETs. And then that will actually get us a little bit closer to seeing if we have something weird. So these phases are controlled by what? Where's the PWM line? Of course, it's not telling me. I hate that when it does that. Oh, which one is it? All right, so let's see if we can find it over here. PWM vCore 2, vCore 1. Okay, so we're going to measure on those to see if we have some sort of diode issue. So 1 is right here. So we're going to measure on the output of that, and the same with this right here, and then measure right here. Okay, we just want to see if we're getting good diode measurements on those. Jacques, thanks for the 70 ZAR. Appreciate that. Greetings, greetings. The numbers are staggered. They're staggered, I tell you, staggered. All right, so in diode mode, we're going to be doing the red probe on ground and the black probe on what we're trying to measure. And so it's going to be right here. And we just want to see if we have different values on each one of these. So we got 0.54, 0.53, 0.53. So none of those seem off either, which is weird. 0.50. Let me just see if any of these pins look different. How is that a schematic? Dave, it's not a schematic, but I like board views because it points me to what pin is what. So like if I'm going to come here and want to go to the schematic, then I can click that button and it takes you to the schematic. And so here's the schematic itself. But that doesn't tell me where it is on the board. It just tells me pin 1. So I guess I could do that and then go find pin 1 on this PU503. PU503. Oh yeah, those are 503s, yeah. But you can actually see how that's set up there on the schematic. But the board view is just a nice reference where you can just kind of click it, and then it's like, go to that chip, go to that chip. You didn't see all that. There you go. Sorry. So we do have a schematic reference here, and it does show you all that stuff, but I find it easier just to use board views for just moving around at least. You guys need to help me fix that. I keep changing cameras wrong today. I'm off on my camera change. Does YouTube do money exchange? I think they do, because people are donating in different currencies, and then it like it comes as US. So, all right, let me pull these off and replace them. That's what I think we need to do next. Drink your coffee. Drink your coffee. So these are SICK 32s. So who thinks that one of these are bad and that's what the issue is? It's just trying to start it and it's having an issue? Or who do you thinks I'm completely wrong? YouTube takes a cut, yes. Any donation, I think they get 30%. And then after taxes, it's about 50% total. So anything that's donated to me, I get usually half of that. Half and half. That's absurd, I know. It's all absurd. But I do have a PayPal link that you can just donate directly to. So that's what some people do. Okay. Well, Twitch does the same thing. They were taking 50%. Now they don't do that much anymore. So now it's a better split because I became partner. But they were taking a lot. So I'm going to take all three of these guys off of here. And then we're just going to put new ones on. Because whenever you have failing MOSFETs on CPUs or GPUs in general, it's easier just to replace them all because you don't know which one's failing. And then we're changing out the PWM controller too. Yeah, stop donating to Alphabet. They're already rich. They're about to do another $80 billion raise of funds, so that's gonna be crazy. 80 billion bucks. It's the biggest donation you've ever gotten. I think $100, but is one donation. But then that same person donated a total of a 185 during that whole stream. And that one's off. And that was the engineer. The engineer. I think the CPU has balls stuck together. Well, you have balls to say that. No, this machine is notorious for having bad MOSFETs. That's why it's kind of like easier to go this direction. Nate's a millionaire. Ooh, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Donate to Elon. He needs it bad. 1 trillion. He has 1 trillion reasons to want it. All right, so I have SICK 32s. I think I have some of these. I might have some. Or we can just take it off a donor, but the problem with donors is that they're always bad. Are we back to the Precision 2.1? No, that one works fine. We actually went and grabbed a different one that had a 2.1 just so we can really make sure we had some struggles. We didn't think that was a big enough struggle. Okay, I don't have one of those. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. Well, that rhymes. I don't know if you're valid. I don't have any SICK 32s. It's SIC 632, but I like to call it SICK 32s. I don't know why. Those things are SICK 32s. All right, well, I'm gonna go grab one from a donor board, I guess, and we're just gonna try to take them from this side, not that side, because that's the side that's always bad on these boards. Or we can take it out of a few different ones. All right, so Let me grab a board here. So I'm going to do 2 boards, but we're going to grab the MOSFETs off to the side on these. All right, yeah. So we got to back off. Yeah, I guess maybe I started talking about stuff. So let's kind of damper down on any of that other talk here. So someone has a repair in. Okay, let's see. So Gary74. So is that your name, Gary? Let's see what Gary has. He has a machine in for repair. Let me see if I can take a look and see what he has. Is it going to be interesting, Gary? Do you have something that will spark our interest? Gary, laptop in queue, an XPS 9700. I accidentally spilled a cup of iced tea on it. Now the laptop doesn't turn on. Gary, what are you doing? So Gary in the chat has a XPS 9700 that he spilled an iced tea on it. So we could definitely venture into that if we like water or liquid spills. But we will have to see. I'm fine with it. I can pivot wherever we want. Now this board's hot. We're down to 1 ohm on this because it's hot. It's super hot. So I don't know. I'm just going to check my donor board quick like. Make sure we're not getting crazy measurements on this. 3.92, whatever it takes. So I'm going to take, I was going to take these 2 over here because these are the ones that usually get stressed. I was going to take these 2 off this board and then these 2 off another board, or one of these off another board. So, but if we just cool this off, it should come back up. This is kind of low. 1 ohm, 1 ohm, 1 ohm. Gary, not cool. No liquids, 10 feet away from your home CPU. Laptops don't like tea. I had another one I fixed this week that was tea also. All right, so I'm just going to transfer these over, I guess. Not iced tea, iced tea. It's so hard, hard iced tea. Like the actor. Bourbon on motherboard, better frames per second. Yeah, iced tea would keep the CPU cool, wouldn't it? All right, so I'm going to take these 2 off, and I'm going to take 1 more off another board. Did I even look to make sure these are the right chips? You guys are supposed to keep me honest. I don't even know if these are SIC32s. Oh yeah, they're SIC32s. Look how sick those 32s are. Okay, they are. You guys didn't even check me though. I'm telling you. You can confirm the same chips. All right, should I blow these up in my face? These electrolytic capacitors next to this heat, they're gonna go boom. They're strong like bull. They will go boom in my face. Put on the goggles. For science. I've actually never had one of those blow up, so I don't know what he was talking about when he was saying he has to put goggles on to take off chips around those, but I'm sure other people have had them blow up. Take off the goggles. Put on the goggles. So I'm going to take 1 more off of this board right here. Crazy Nate's in the house. The goggles. We have to put the goggles back on. Remove. Oh, it's remove the goggles, not take off the goggles. Remove the goggles? They're like firecrackers. I almost want to do one just for fun. I probably need goggles though. If I was going to make one go pop. They smell like... Do they smell like something Black Horse should make another candle for? Uh-oh. This one does not want to come off. Why you not come off? It's because you want the capacitors to blow up? Now I'm getting scared. Is this capacitor going to blow up before this get this MOSFET off of here? Okay, got it all. Whew. That was starting to scare me for a second. All right, so I took those MOSFETs because those are most likely going to be okay. Okay. And we're going to install them in this beautiful area. Beautiful area. And then we're going to take this PWM controller. We're going to replace that. Is that the one that goes? Yeah, it does, right. So we're going to grab a PWM controller off of one of these boards too, if that doesn't work. And then we're going to be like, this is a bad CPU, and move on. Kaboom. Kaboom. So I'm going to preheat the board. We need some Black Horse flux. So if light your Black Horse candles. Here we go. I haven't used flux yet today. I've been removing chips, but I haven't used any flux. Keep going. The goggles are sus. The goggles are sus. I don't want to leave us under the heat too long here. Come on. Turn my heat all the way up. These boards are so thick, it's crazy. There we go. Melting now. I remember my old hot air station could not take a MOSFET off of that board, off these boards. There we go. And make sure to tap it. Make it nice and happy. Yeah, I have not changed out any of the solder underneath there because that's how I operate. I kept the chips all the same orientation until I just flipped one over just now trying to grab it. Is that right? Darn it, I can't tell which way is what. Which way does this go? I can't tell. It goes that way. Okay, I think I got it. Do you smell it? Does everyone have their candles going right now? Light your Black Horse candle. Smells good. Smells good. Get in there. Okay. So we'll tap on this one. Tap. This one needs to be moved over. And tapped on. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Looks okay. Do I have them all on the right direction? I feel like one of them's not even the right direction. I'm telling you guys. You guys are in charge. 632, 632. Okay, we're good. Pretty good. Looks okay. Why can't I hear that sound? Coolest fan member. That's weird. I'm not seeing or hearing any of those alerts. I'm going to turn that up a little bit, maybe. Thanks for the new coolest fan sub. They're all in the same direction. Oh, shoot, I forgot to unplug the charger while I was working on it. No, I'm just kidding. I did not do that. I did not do that. Sven, thank you for that. All right, let's clean this up. All right, did this fix it? Is this the correction? Those are some sick 32s. I'm kidding. I get supporting the guy, get the flux, but the candles are everywhere. Yeah, the thing about the candles, it was a joke. And the thing is that some people don't need the flux, but everyone needs a candle. and it's smell-o-vision. So if you're on this stream and you don't know what the flux smells like, but you're okay with buying a candle, then you just buy the candle. And even he thinks it's a joke. He doesn't even want to make the candles, but I keep pressuring him to make candles. But I also want to make him make a candle that smells like burning plastic, and and I don't know, whatever, burnt electronics, things like that. All right, I don't have this all the way clean, but we're good enough, close enough club. All right, so JFX says it's easy to forget to unplug the charger. I can tell you right now, when I was first doing this, there's countless times that I forgot to unplug the charger while I was changing out the power management chip, because it's like you're testing stuff and you're like, oh, is it the power management chip? And then you forget to unplug it while you do it. So, okay, so we'll put this back in this orientation since this is what we're used to. I'm going to cool it off a little bit. You guys are okay with a little bit of air? It's going to be loud. Get ready. Plug your ears if you're in headphones. Okay, a little bit better. Oh, my ears! For the love of humanity! All right, so hopefully that was not too loud for you, but I have to cool it off in order for us to go thermal. When we go thermal, it's hard to see. All right, so we have the board in the view. You can actually see CPU and GPU much better. There's the power phases. Now, what we were getting before is only the edge of the CPU lighting up here. If it's doing that the same thing, then we'll go with the PWM controller next. And then after that, I really don't know what else we're going to be doing because it's probably just a bad CPU. But this right here is something that I didn't even know there's a pull up, so I'll get rid of that pull. We will see if it fixed the issue. A lot of times we have to do multiple MOSFETs in order to fix that. I had a dual hot air and pin station from 2017. I tried to replace the hot air element in the pin, and it tripped the breaker. Oh no. CPU reball for science. This is the exact same board that we did a reball, well, not a replacement. We pulled the CPU off and put another one on, and we did it during a stream, and it wasn't, it didn't work. And I think I did it in a video too, I can't remember. But it's no fun. It's not a bad MOSFET, it's shorted RAM causing the memory. Oh, that'd be interesting. We did not even test that. That'd be interesting. So we're going to stick with what we have so far. So plugged it in. We have our regular resting current there, which is 0 for some reason. And I'm going to power it on. And it still does that exact same spike of 700 milliamps. And I can even reset it so you can actually see that it's going to 700. There it is, 780 milliamps, and it's just kind of spiking to that. Now, I will take out the RAM and see if it does anything different. Now, they said with battery it does something different, so we can try doing the battery in a second. So I have the RAM out, now we plug it, turn it on. It still does that exact same spike and shuts back off. Now, let's see if there's anything else that's getting warm. We saw the edge of the CPU. We saw that chip over here, which was normal. Saw the chipset come on. Yeah, it's right on that edge. So the RAM is out. Still doing that same pulsing. Now I want to plug a battery in and see, because they were saying it does work with the battery, but then we didn't get it to work with the battery, but we did get it to stay on for a little while with the battery. So let's see what the battery does. If I can find a battery, 5017R4. Okay. There's a battery. We'll plug in the battery. Powered on. This is battery only, no charger. CPU coming on. Well, well, well. Say hello to my little friends. So this is battery only. What the what? What do you think about that, people? How about them apples? I just unplugged it. How about them apples, though? Okay? What does that mean? I want everyone to kind of start thinking about it. I don't know what the answer is yet. But So no charger plugged in, battery only. I'm going to do it again just so we can look at it. And if everyone is not up to speed of what we were talking about, is right when we turned it on, when we had the CPU plugged in, we're not getting all these phases turning on. We only got the edge of the CPU coming on for 1 second and it shuts off. And so now when we have a battery plugged in with no charger, look at these phases come on. These are the 3 phases we just changed out. You see the CPU coming on at 75, 80. We have this on right here, the chipset staying on, the GPU staying on. I don't have RAM installed right now, so we're going to do RAM next. So now I'm going to add the RAM back into the scenario. But if we want to go right back to charger here, I'm going to back to charger first before we put RAM back in. So this is what it looked like with just the charger plugged in, no battery. Turn it back on. And we get a spark right on the edge. Spike right on the edge, and that's it. So power management chip issue, maybe. Does it seem like it gets to 780 or even whatever, I don't know, 780 milliamps of current, and then maybe it's tripping the board and telling it to shut back off. Test the charger and battery. So you want me to put the charger and battery together? All right, so we're going to plug in the battery now and the charger. So now we have conjunction. So battery and charger plugged in. Let me see if it starts charging. And we have charge light and we have charge current. So that's charge current right there. Now I'm going to press the power button. And only the edge of the CPU comes on again because it's trying to power off the CPU itself. And this, we have some heat over here. But that's going to be because we have an inductor there. That's the current sensor resistor actually. That's getting warm there. But yeah, CPU spiking on. It's trying to start it with the charger. Now I'm going to unplug the charger. I haven't even done anything. I'm going no hands. No hands. Let's see if it comes back on, but it comes on with the battery by itself. Nope. It's not doing it. Or did it? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to press the power button again. This is battery plugged in, and now it's doing nothing. Oh, there it goes. I didn't wait long enough. There it is. CPU's coming on, staying on. We're getting full current. We have those power phases on that we just replaced. Everything else looks good. So, I don't know. I don't know where I want to go next. I don't know what. I think the CPU is okay, which is weird, and it's just something I've never even thought about. Oh, I don't even have RAM in there yet. So let's put RAM in there. Let's see if we actually get it a little higher, too. This will be a first. Definitely a good science experiment here. So RAM's in there now. We should jump higher than that. We were only getting to like 70 degrees. Now we're 85, 90, 70, drop off. It should come back on. So it turned off for a second. It should come back on though. 45. Nope, I think it just shut off, maybe overheated. I mean the middle coil. Okay, so PD700. Okay, small cap. Let me kind of go back into the chat here and look around. Change the 2R2 for science. It was the 2 ohm resistor over here gets hot on our other board though. So I don't think it's related to the issue. So we had our test board that did exactly the same thing. Okay, and then K3 is talking about the middle coil. What are they talking about here? Middle MOSFET doesn't turn on. So if we look at, we should have these 3 on. That's what I was seeing, at least. All 3 of those look like they were on. Those are the ones we changed out. Those are the ones that actually run it. See? See, that's hot around the square, and around the square. So all 3 of those are on. Now, sometimes one will be warmer than others. That's normal. But to me, it looks like they're all on. And it already shut off again. The battery, let's see. Battery feed, same place of power on the CPU. So originally what I would think is my thought process would be that when powering the CPU off of the charger, the laptop is using 20 volts, having to take a PWM signal from 20 volts down to 1 volt or whatever it is, right? But when you do it off a battery, you're only having to do it from 12.6 volts or whatever this voltage is. Yeah, 12.6 volts or 11 volts or whatever down. So PWM, I don't think EC is going to be an issue. Middle coil is cold. So is everyone still thinking the middle coil is cold? Here, I'm going to put some freeze spray on here. Freeze spray. Okay, let's try this again, because I don't agree with you. I don't agree. Okay, powered on, so keep an eye on those. I think it could be a power management chip or a PWM for the CPU issue. I think his battery might be dead now, because now it's not powering on off of it. Let me go grab another battery. Hold on, let me grab another one. Or we can charge it up. All right, let's try it again. Is this battery dead? This battery's dead too. I know I have 3 of these batteries here, and one of them I know is I have really charged up, and the other ones are not charged. This one I do not think. I thought that was the one that was charged that I grabbed. So, or maybe it doesn't like it cold. Huh. Freeze spray killed the laptop. I killed another laptop. That's interesting. Or my power button fell out? Yeah, it's like the power button's doing nothing now. No, but we have lights. My power button was coming unplugged. Okay, so I got it working now. All right, so look at those 3 coils right there, or inductors. So you're saying that this one is not hot. You're right, look at that. So these are bright, and this one's not. Okay, all right. Okay, I believe you now. I believe you. We are in belief. All right, PWM controller's bad. So we are moving over to this guy. So this guy right here must be out of, one of the phases are not working on it. We did replace those 3 MOSFETs, but that middle MOSFET doesn't seem to be turning on. It really looked like it was turning on to me, but it wasn't going through that. Huh, weird. Here we go again. You guys are always right. When am I going to be right? I need to be right one of these times. So I'm going to pull this MOSFET, or this PWM controller. So the way this works is this thing controls these PWM with a PWM signal, and it basically pulses on one of the pins that allow this thing to reduce the voltage from 20 volts or 12 volts or whatever it is down to the voltage that it needs at that particular moment. But it also, all 3 of these are working together, so they're hitting at different phases, but they're basically trying to keep a nice clean signal here. And the more phases you have, the more power the CPU can handle, but then it also makes it where those don't stress out as much. But replacing the coil, I don't know. I've never replaced a coil before. Pin 6 in the PU700. PU700. Where's that PU700 at? PU700. I don't know what your PU700. Here's a PU700 for you right here. Find PU700. Go. So the PU700's on the opposite side of the board. Oh, is that the power management chip? Oh, it is. Now I know. So you're saying, what'd you say? Pin 6 on the PU700 is AC detect. So you think it's an AC detect issue? You should, okay. I'm going back and forth because I want to just replace the PWM controller because I think it's all CPU related, but it could be, you're saying power management chip related. We can just change them both. I don't really care. I don't really care, man. I want to change this out for science. This is what I want to do first. This is where I'm going. Knowing me, I'm going to be wrong. So let me pull this off. We'll replace this. We'll try turning it on, and then we're going to go to the power management chip because the power management chip could be the issue where it's not giving a good signal, but I feel like this, it's trying to turn it on and it doesn't like what it's getting, but then for some reason on the battery it works fine. Yes, do both methods. So this is a 95829A. 95829A. Looks like there's a hole in the chip. I don't know. What a hole. I don't see a hole. It's okay to me. Looks beautiful. Looks brand new. All right, now let me find a board that's not sus. Because these boards I've been taking stuff from, they both have 2-1 errors too. Do I really want to put a board on that has 2-1 errors? Or take something from one? So let's find one that's like has a hole in the board or something. You know? What does this one say? Can't see. It says, was perfect. Now, there's like scribbles all over this thing. Can't read people's chicken scratch. People don't write like a doctor. This one doesn't say anything. Here's one that says posts. Here's another one that says posts. Well, that's nice. It's nice that I have a little sticker on there for that. There's a 2-1 again. Some of these don't even have notes on them. This one's missing a connector. Oh, it has a CPU marking on it. All right. Well, CPU replaced. Here I have one that I replaced the CPU on. Okay, we're going to take this one. I think this is going to be the winner. I got so many of these. 6, 7, 6, 7. All right, what do we have here? Is this the same board? Does it have the same chip? Look at that. That chip's not even there. That's how good this board is. It doesn't even have that chip. That's funny. Where did they put it then? On the other side? It's an NCP because these must have different MOSFETs. Yeah, this doesn't have SiC. This doesn't have those SiC 32s. Where they're going, they don't need SiC 32s. When you have a stack of boards that every single one says has a bad CPU, you can't really trust grabbing a PWM controller off one. You know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about that? It's anyone's guess. All right, this one looks okay. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Did we mention that Soren has Soren magic time? Or is this the same chip? A 95829. Was that the chip that we just took off? Looks a little different, but just looks older. But it is the same numbers. All right, it's brand new. We have a brand new chip coming in hot. Probably the BIOS. Ooh, someone's thinking BIOS now. True doctors write prescriptions. Pharmacists have to figure out with a chicken scratch. That's true. That's true. That's kind of what's happening here. Have someone go through and test boards, and then they throw boards in my pile that are like bad boards. And then I either will try to fix them or I'll take them for parts. But I have to know what it means, what's wrong with them first. Don't trust it, just try it. That's science. That's in the word science. Older is better, wiser is question mark? Keep replacing back from the CPU. Okay. Got that off. We're just going to keep swapping until it turns on. It's interesting we have two different symptoms though. The motherboard graveyard. Yeah, and these are only the Alienware boards mainly. I have some XPSs and things like that around here. Some Latitudes. But in my warehouse I probably have another, I don't know, 500 boards or something. Crazy. At one point we had them strung all the way through the whole warehouse because we were like sorting them, and they were like, now they're all in gaylords basically to send off the scrap. I get a lot of parts. Get a lot of parts, man. Okay. What are you doing? There it is. Nice. Alright, we got some pins shorted out, I can see. Just the way I like it. Oh. Alright, let's see if we can fix the shorts on these. Do we have a spammer? Here's our spammer. We need to get him. We need to get him. Bad donor boards. Bad boards. Chip swapping. So you can see all this chaos that's going on here. We need to get that cleaned up with a soldering iron afterwards, but I have to let it heat up. I didn't have it on. Need to start a chip business. A real business, yeah, where I extract them, take chips off of boards that are actually OEM chips. Yeah, that might be a good business. There you go. And I'll call myself the Un-AliExpress. I will Un-AliExpress the chip industry. I'm pretty irritated about all those chips I bought off of AliExpress. I was thinking, they just have better sourcing. They all look okay, and then once I learned how to actually figure out if they're real or fake, ooh, I'm so mad. So mad. So I'm no longer buying any chips off of there. So now I am chip poor. And so what I've been doing now, Un-Express, there you go. What I'm doing now is I am finding equivalents that are like for MOSFETs now. I'm done like trying to find like the EM B04 and 03s because those you can't get those anywhere except for on AliExpress, and they're fake, and they basically just sand down chips and then paint over them. And so now I'm just finding ones that are equivalent that or even better that Mouser sells, and then I can just stock those. And so that's what I'm using, and that's what I'm replacing with. All right, so that looks pretty good. Looks like nothing happened. Let's see if it does something different, is the question. So we got to go back thermal, though, to do that. And we're going to have to cool this thing off. Tip to be square. Okay. Cool, man. Cool, brah. All right, so we do charger or battery? I'm going to start with battery. But the caps are okay, right? We never know about caps. Those little sneaky guys. All right, so there's our 3 inductors that were not getting warm on the middle one. Powered on. Oh. Oh, it's even better. It was the other way around. Oh, no, it's still getting warm. Hold on. Wait a minute. It turned off. Huh. I thought that maybe all 3 of the inductors were not supposed to be getting hot, and it was the other way around. Maybe it was back feeding into the other one. Could be the 3.3 controller. Okay, so that turned off, but it might just be for overheating. Let me plug in the charger now. I'm going to try powering on with the charger. Charger doing exactly the same thing. All right, so now it's not the PWM, because the odds that even if I pulled one of these chips off another board that it would do exactly the same thing is very unlikely. So you've had some luck on DigiKey. So those are my 2 places, Mouser and DigiKey. DigiKey does have a little bit more of some of the other components. Mouser is overnight shipping to me every single time. That's what I love about it. The Dream Harp sequence just came through with 1 gifted sub membership. Thank you there, Shay. Who'd you gift it to? VKVO2000 just got a gifted sub on YouTube. Thank you for that. That was very generous. So now we got to turn our sights over to this guy here, this BQ 780, which I don't actually know much about BQ chips because most of the Dell boards do not have BQ chips on them. But AC detect pin now. So let's check to see if AC is detected. Gotta plug my cable back in. It came unplugged. Okay. Okay, charger's plugged in. So we're just gonna measure voltages here. So you guys got to tell me the pin out, or I guess I can look. But you said pin 6, right? Was AC detect or AC okay? Was that need to be 3.5 or something? 3.3? 2 something? Pin 6. Does that come into here? 2.6? Whatever it takes. Is that right? Reseat the MOSFET. I like reseating MOSFETs. Reseat MOSFETs for science. So where's the VDD? Does this thing have a VDD out? Does it have a LDO built in it? Super hot corner. Was there a hot corner? Yeah, it's not hot. Can't tell. So 2.7 is okay. All right. So what else? Board Rev. Board Rev, are you the guy who knows all about BQ chips? I've literally messed with them twice or something. On these machines, I don't even know if I have any. I might have some brand new ones maybe, but AC detect, AC in. So this is we're gonna be our 20 volts. And what's this one? So we should have 20 volts there on this one, 2.7, and then 20 volts there. Wait, not 20 volts? It just 3.2? Is that just saying it's there, it's present? I'm confused. Okay, so 2780s don't go bad. Okay. Usually the input resistor goes bad. Okay, I definitely have seen resistors blow out on this board right here. I've seen these 4.7s blow out and this 4.7 blow out on this board multiple times. And then you're saying an input resistor, so like, why would that be 3.2? Is that correct though? That just seems weird to me to have 3.2 volts on ACN. Is it just telling me that so we have 6 volts on one side and 3.2 on the other? Or am I not measuring the right pin? Let's see. No, that does go to there, right? I just don't want to slip. Small one near 2.2 on the BQ, so 2.2. So these, 5.7, 5.7. So we have the same voltage on either side. Usually bigger 10 ohms on other laptops. So the 10 ohm one is, where's that at? Normally. I mean, we have our main power rail, but I just don't. I think it's like, what? It's a divider. Okay, left of the chip. So quiet here. Yes, we're hunting wabbits. We're hunting wabbits over there. Is it? You're saying it's quiet on Twitch? Yeah, Twitchers just love to just sit and watch. Check the PQ701. So PQ701, which is this guy. Okay, I'm going to unplug it real quick. Let's just check for any shorts on these MOSFETs. So let's see what we have here. Oh gosh, I'm pressing too hard. Like, I'm trying to get a good connection. Don't mind those scratches. Nothing to see here. Yeah, so it's not shorted or anything. That one's fine. Nothing to see here. Of course, that's the output. Okay, all those are fine. I'm hunting wabbits. Watching finally, John, welcome. finally, let's see. Also here, so Twitchers are coming in, lurkers. You can put your little lurker icon in there if you want to, emote, and that will show that you're here. 4.7s, let me make sure those are good. And then it's 4.7. All right, what we got? What we got? Do you have a DDR4 tester? No, you asked that earlier. I don't. No, I don't. I don't generally have to test DDR4. Plus, I just have a bunch of it, so I don't have to. I'm not worried about their DDR4 because I have tons of it. Lurking and working. I can't wrench at the same time. What are the problems? So this one turns on the CPU, or the CPU will not start when it's plugged in the wall or using a charger, and then on the battery, it seems like the CPU is starting. I don't know if we're getting picture or not. Should we try putting the heatsink on and see if we actually get picture? Thanks there, Randy, for lurking. Let's do that for a second, okay? Because we're going a little deep. We're going real deep. But let's do a little side detour for a second. What we are seeing, right, or what we're examining or monitoring, is the CPU comes on full, right? Seeming like it's starting up, but is it really? And then if we hook a screen to it, at least we'll kind of know, like, does it actually post, right? So maybe I want to do that, because otherwise we're just like still kind of spinning our wheels a little bit. Or should we just go straight and just change out the power management chip and see if that fixes it? I didn't see anything automatic. Oh, so pin 6 on the schematic says 17.98. That's kind of weird. Can someone confirm that pin 6 is supposed to be... Because I got pin 6, so I got 2.6 volts, 2.7, and I only got 3.2 volts here, which seems weird to me. Usually you would have the 20 volts or whatever the charger voltage is here. And I got 6 volts on this side of the pin, and then 3.3 there, or 3.2. It sounds weird to me. And that comes over where? Where does that go to? Where are you going, buddy? And that goes right here, ACN. ACN should not be a 3.2. Present, AC present. Oh, and that goes next to the chipset, AC present. Interesting. So, what's this? Wait, where was that? Now I lost where we were. Sorry. Let's see, where were we? Back over here. This goes here. ACN. So here. That's just a cap, though. All right, what are people thinking? Check the display first on and change the... Okay, so put a screen on it and see if we get a post, and then change out the BQ chip. Pin 6 is AC detect, which that should be 2.7 volts. So I thought that was correct, though. When AC detect is above 0.06, the VCC above ULLO, ACOK, comparator, discharge. That's a lot of words there, board view. So SM bus, AC detect above 2.4, the VCC is above that. You know, should we check to see what it is with battery plugged in? We'll see if the voltages are different on the BQ chip. But AC detect wouldn't need that. That's right, because when you're on battery, it just bypasses that and puts the voltage right to that power rail. Ah. Oh, pin 5 is not ACOK. Huh. Check the voltages on the board. ACOK is 2.7. It's not the BC. Okay, okay. So if it's ACOK, then it's fine. JFix. Okay, remember 6 months. Maybe power up the battery with a BIOS, then plug it in to see if the adapter detects okay. So you're saying power it up with the battery first, and then plug in the charger? That might be kind of interesting, actually, if that's what you mean. But I'm trying it anyway, if that's not what you mean. Let me plug it in. So I'm powering it off of the battery right now. And then I'm going to plug it in right now while it's doing this. 3, 2, 1. And now it's plugged in off the charger. And I got the 4 amps. It's charging the battery. And it's still heating up. We still have that middle coil not hot, which is interesting. And no magic smoke. And then the machine turned off. All right, I still want to see if we are getting a screen or something like that, because it's kind of hard to know if we should be moving on with this. AC plug will be the no detect, I think. Okay, so AC OK is fine at 2.7, so it's not the BQ chip. So board rev, you've worked on enough of these to know this, right? So if you see 2.7, we're good. Okay, I can move away from that. Change the coil. Does anyone think a coil could be bad? Does anyone think that this coil could be bad? I mean, I'd be more likely to think that MOSFET I put on is bad, you know what I mean, than the coil. But this area is always what gets hot. It always gets bad. It gets really melted. This coil ends up getting really, really discolored. Let me see if I have my chip on straight. Chip looks okay. I'm saying coil for 30 minutes now. I know you're saying coil. I'm just asking if people think the coil, because I've literally never had a bad coil like that, but you know, definitely could be a coil, I guess. We can do it. It takes 2 seconds. There's no really way to check resistance because the coil is just a wire, so I don't have anything that can handle that. Inductors barely go that bad. I mean, I guess there could be a chance that the windings are bad, and so therefore it's just sending a dirtier signal out. Let's do that. Okay, I'm going to go with it since it's quick and easy. So here's going to be our theory. Our theory would be this is a coil of wire, right? So an inductor is a coil of wire, and when we have a PWM powered signal coming out here, we are going to have a dirty signal coming out, and then the inductor is going to help clean that because it doesn't like changing direction or current direction, so it helps you know, clean that signal. So if the windings are actually all melted together as one wire, then it will probably give a dirty output. So looks like Mark just reset for 2 months, and he's saying, do you have an inductance meter? So no, I don't have an inductance meter. I mean, I have a voltmeter, but I don't have something that's like a milliohm meter, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I have a scope, so we can scope it, but whether the scope's going to show anything of value per se, and then why would it work on battery and not on the charger? Like, so what is that? You know, that's where it's getting me, is like, is this not liking the 12 volts going to it, or it likes the 12 volts going to it to power it on, but doesn't like the 20 volts going to it? Like, is it a millihenry meter? That's what we need. So we agree we want to go scope instead of. Can we just see if it turns on first? I want to see if we can put a screen on it, and then we can do that. Too much ripples is bad for sure. Nobody likes ripples. Here, I'm going to put the heatsink back on for a moment. I'm going to just put a test screen on the bench here, and that way we can just, I'm not going to reassemble the machine or anything. I'm just going to put this on here so it doesn't overheat, and then I'm going to try to see if it stays on, and then we get a picture on our test screen. You know what I mean? For science. But yeah, I do have the scope right here. You know, although I don't have the scope software installed yet, so we're going to have issues trying to get it on the screen for you. I might have to put a camera on it instead. And it was a pain to install the scope software. So I had to reformat my drive last week, so I'm still kind of getting some of the applications reinstalled. And so one of them was the scope software, which took a lot of installing to get it to actually connect properly. So I will just put a camera on it if we're going to do that. Too many cooks in the kitchen. It's very common on these streams. There's a lot of cooks, and I appreciate all the cooks because there's plenty of knowledge around. That's what it is. Or there's people thinking outside the box. Whether they kind of know what they're talking about or they don't, they at least give me ideas, and then it makes me think of something different. And it's also, for science, there's a lot of stuff we just want to try things out just because we're like, well, we don't know what's going to do when it does that. And if we're trying to collect evidence or clues about what's going on, everything helps. cook. We need a cook hiatus. Okay, let me get a screen. I'm going to grab a test screen so I don't have to install it. M17R, no, we need a, let's see, what model is it? 17? Here we go. Here's a beautiful screen right here. Beautiful. And how do we want to hook this? I want to hook it where I can flip it over. Maybe I need to go this way with it. Haggis. Is that what you just said? Haggis? We have haggis cooks in the kitchen. He has been scoped. All right, of course my power button came unplugged. Get in your home. Where are we at on time? 2 hours and 35 minutes on this machine. Okay. We gotta, at some point, gotta figure out what we're gonna do. But this is a weird one, though. See, I kind of like it. I kind of like that it's so weird. It's anomalous. Okay, here we go. Plug it in. Oh wait, we weren't gonna plug it in. We were doing battery, right? Well, I'm gonna plug it in first. We'll just try this. See what it's doing. Of course, the power button's not working again. Put it in 300 degrees and let it fix itself. Throw it in the ultrasonic cleaner and let it fix itself. The most sensitive organ for heat is the tip of your nose. So smell and use it as an assist. A great substitute for a thermal camera. I've never heard that one before. Stick your nose up against some electronics, huh? This isn't doing anything. Why are you not doing anything, computer? Where'd my battery go? This computer's not computing. This computer is not computing. The adapter's not plugged in. There's your sign. I'm just going to plug the battery in because that's what we wanted to do in the first place. Has that coil ever gotten hot? I don't know. You guys might need to do a replay on that, but because we tried turning it on before, we changed out those MOSFETs. So if we can get a replay and figure out if that middle was getting hot before I changed out the MOSFETs, because if it was, then I probably just put a bad MOSFET on there. And we're chasing our tail for no reason. It got warm. Oh, it did? Shootness. Darn it. Stop it. Stay in your place. Okay. It did get warm. So you're telling me that now it doesn't get warm because I put that MOSFET on there? Come on. Come on, bro. Oh my gosh. Don't break it. You can't break something that's already broken. Of course, this power button is jank. Okay, here we go. If I can get it in the right position, then I can turn it on. Why does this have to be so janky? I don't like it. I tell you. Okay. Okay, let me unplug this again. Okay. I think it's turning on now. I think. I can't tell. Yes, so we have some, right? Is that warm? Oh, these are warm, right? Okay, so those are on. Let's see if it stays on. Because before it was turning on for a little while and then turning off because it's having a shorting issue or overheating issue, I think. But it looks like it's staying on now. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. And we have a picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. Okay, so it's what error code is it giving here? Darn it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay. So That's working. Let me turn it back on. Turn it back off. Just turn it back off. I'm turning it back on. There it goes. And we have a picture I can't believe. All right, so it's on. Now I'm going to plug in the charger. The charger's working, I guess. Okay, so now let me plug a keyboard in. I'm going to keep it on because the thing is, apparently it won't start off the charger. What does that mean? What does that mean? We haven't fixed anything, by the way. We think that we fixed it, but this thing doesn't work off the charger. So could it be a BQ chip still? Yeah, let's see if it detects. I'm going to see if I can get into diags. So I did Control-Alt-Delete just now. Will it trigger back on the charger with the Control-Alt-Delete? I kind of have a feeling it won't. There's no CMOS battery installed in this. So it is not coming back on because I did a Control-Alt-Delete while the charger was plugged in. So I'm going to unplug the charger, power it back on. Could it be a PSID protection diode? Let me get a picture. 3.1 is actually just CMOS reset. I'm going to plug this back in. Ah, I missed it. So PSID is the communication line between the charger and the motherboard. This laptop requires a 240 watt or a 330 watt charger. And so it needs to be able to have a conversation. I'm going to unplug the charger before I do a Control-Alt-Delete. Control-Alt-Delete. That way it reboots properly off the battery. You guys, are you thinking here? Are we starting to kind of really figure this out? The only thing communication charger, is my keyboard not working? The keyboard's working. Why can't I get to F12? Why can't I get to F12? Maybe shut it down if the CPU reaches higher clocks. Is the charger staying or is it going into protection? It's staying. So the charger's staying, but as long as if I have the charger on when the machine is off and you're trying to trigger it on, whatever it's sensing to say, hey, let's go ahead and move forward with this, it's not liking this. And look, it's also, I can't get to F12. I can't get to the F12 menu. Every time it starts to load, it doesn't. And then I'm going to go into F2 then. Let's see if we can get to the BIOS. Didn't his note say something about like not being able to change the BIOS version or something too? So charger, does it say charger in here at all? I don't think it shows the charger in the screen. Adapter, okay, here we go. See if the adapter is detected. 240 watt charger, so the charger is detected, okay? Right there. And it's just, when I try to trigger on the machine with it plugged in, it doesn't work. Okay, so here, let's go back to their note real quick. I just want to see if any of this stuff is kind of mathing. All right, so the laptop was handed down to me. Currently has Windows installed. The original hard drive is not present at Lenovo. The BIOS version is currently 1.2.4. The goal is to install a fresh copy of Windows and update the BIOS to version 1.18. And during date-time resets, it generally retains the date time. Dell diagnostics. Okay, so symptoms, battery only. It boots more reliably. You can reach the menu and then do the installer. Okay. Eventually it goes to a black screen and the keyboards remain on. Huh. BIOS fail is a red flag. Okay, so I don't know, man. This is, yeah, my brain is crunching some numbers on this one. So we could have a BIOS issue, like they're saying, or like we're thinking. I want to boot into Blanche. Where's Blanche at? Where's she at? There's Blanche. Where are you, girl? Okay, here's Blanche. Let's boot into Blanche real quick and see what she says. So Blanche is already set up for this machine, so I should be able to just turn this thing off and plug it in. Did it lock up? It locked up on me. Locked up. Okay, here, I'm going to see if I can get this thing plugged in. I think it plugs in right around here somewhere. Let's see if I can aim. So right here, there should be a slot somewhere around here. Yeah, right there. So Blanche is my Windows 10 install that's themed after the one and only Blanche from Golden Girls. So we'll see if it boots into that. Load BIOS defaults, that could be an option. If it has factory defaults, it'd be even better. I should have waited to plug in the charger. Okay, I'm going to unplug the charger. I had plugged the charger in too early, I think. So let's unplug this. They flashed the wrong BIOS. I don't think they could have flashed the wrong BIOS. ESD damage, I don't know. ESD is very not an issue in general. Nate found the hole, the rabbit hole, the alien hole. All right, let's see if it will boot into Blanche. Come on, you can do it. All right, let's see if we can get past this. BIOS or component close by. Bad resistor is messing up the SPI. Be interesting if so many BIOS flash issues have downgraded the BIOS and now it needs a new chip or flashed. I don't know. I would check the PWM controller. Sorry, don't know the name. Well, we just changed the PWM controller out for the CPU. We just put a brand new one on. And it's doing exactly the same thing. When it turned on, it was fan spin. I don't know if this thing restarted or not. Caps lock is no longer moving. So caps lock does not work anymore. So it did lock up. We are on battery only too. I don't know. What do you want to do? Flash the BIOS first? Flash the BIOS. Microsoft bricked it. I don't know. It's weird. Chips about 10,000 to 50,000 K flash cycles. However, if the BIOS causes a constraint right, then yes. Okay, so lead, based on lead, there could still be some sort of failed BIOS flash in general, and so we could just put a new BIOS chip on from another board if we wanted to, and then flash it with a fresh firmware. EC related, could be. We even have an EC chip that's separate over here. This is hard written, but that was on the startup process, so theoretically I guess it could do it. I mean, the board's still on, but it's locked up right now, and we're using their RAM, so I guess I could try to install one of my sticks of RAM. Let's do that too, just to make sure. Load BIOS defaults, change the chip and maybe the EC. Okay. Let me take out their RAM just to get that out of here. And I'm going to use a different slot. I think we found a good one, guys. I think we found a good one. A good rabbit hole. You want a rabbit hole? We got a rabbit hole. BIOS was stuck. BIOS stuck at a certain one. Fails updates. Yeah, so if it's stuck and you can't update it, but it could be that it just keeps locking up before it tries to update. That's what I'm thinking. All right, so the RAM's in the other slot, and it's a different RAM stick. Fans are on. Oh, my NVMe is not in there. Darn it. Okay, let's try that again. Old Blanche, she wants to come out and play. Okay, fans are on. Okay. Rabbits don't really dig holes. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Do rabbits, but they live in holes, right? Do they live in other people's holes? Is that what's going on with the rabbit holes? Oh, I wasn't paying attention with what RAM I put in there. But I got a picture anyway. Okay, good. At first I thought that I put like a too fast of one in there because you know you can't do 3200s on this. We figured that out. How to apply thermal paste across or fully spread it. So what I usually do is just put a bead in the middle. If it's a chip that's a really big chip, you need to do an X. If it's just like a long skinny one, you can put a little line. You don't need to pile it everywhere. Some people spread it, that's fine, but you don't need it super thick because when you put it on there, it like squeezes out anyway. So I'm not super concerned with like that. I'd rather put just the right amount, not too many. Okay, so Allison wanted to land as to origin, but I prefer rabbit stew than rabbit holes. All right, let's load defaults, restore, optimize defaults, done. Let's make sure overclocking is not on either. That's the other thing, performance options, overclocking is disabled, perfect. And then that looks fine. So should I try to boot with the charger plugged in? Probably. All right, let me reboot it. Them pesky wabbits. Rabbits and hobbits are related. You know what's funny is I've never seen Lord of the Rings or any of the Hobbit movies. Isn't that crazy? Never mind, it was 2400 like last time. Okay, so we're gonna have this boot into Blanche. They're called wabbits. I'm hunting wabbits. Liquid metal is asking for trouble if you don't if you don't have experience with it. Yeah, so don't do that. Wait, why didn't it boot off of this? Wait. We do F12 again. Let's see if we can get to an F12 menu. Remember, we haven't been able to even get to an F12 menu. So that leads me to believe that there is some sort of firmware issue if I can't even get to F12. Where's the precious? Where's the precious? F12 menu. We got to an F12 menu. I can't believe. Okay, so Windows Boot Manager. Okay, Blanche is booting. Here I'm going to plug in the power so in case the battery can't handle it. Here we go, multiple issues. Hey, see now? Okay, now it flatlined. It just did that. It locked up or something. Now it's not doing anything. Where do we go from here? I mean, reflashing seems like the best next bet. Yeah, let's just reflash the BIOS. So I'm going to just reflash the BIOS because I didn't know. Now, do you want me to replace the BIOS and reflash the BIOS? Wait 10 seconds. If it doesn't turn on in 10 seconds, just wait longer. It's not doing anything. Does Control-Alt-Delete work? That would be the question. That's not changing anything. Enter. Nothing's working. Go to flashing menu, then connect to AC. Oh, so see if we can just flash it externally? I mean, with it in here? Like put it on my key? Pogo pen flash? All these chefs in the kitchen. They want me to cook a masterpiece. I think it turned off. I think it turned off actually. Because it was off just now. So here, I'm going to put caps lock on right here and numlock. Okay, automatic repair, sure. Go to automatic repair. I'm not plugging it in this time. Okay, screen shut off like it was rebooting, but the light's still on here, so we know it's actually still powered. And we still have these lights here. Flash it with 220. You mean 220 or 221? Blanche is overworked. Yeah, she's in retirement now. Semper, turn off. Turned off whenever you plugged in the AC adapter. Oh, it did turn off whenever I did that, but I feel like it's okay. I'm going to plug it in. So it's charging the battery and it's on because charge current was 3 amps. And then I unplug it. It's still staying on here. Creepy guy. Okay, so I don't know. Let's just flash this BIOS. We're going to have to flash it manually. Slowly. Okay. Why is it still on? Okay. Blanche. There you are. Set you right here. Unplug the LCD screen so we don't rip the connector off. And then this power button, I'm going to have this set gently somewhere. Okay, where's that BIOS chip at? Where's that naughty BIOS chip? Such a naughty BIOS chip. You're going to be right next to the EC chip or the PCH. And there you are. I see you. I see you right here. You're a 128, a 25 something 128. 25 what? Q? It's a 25Q 128FV. F Victor. You can't even see it either. I can see it. All right, so it's a 25Q 128FV. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's the Tone Loc way, right? So we're going to reprogram the BIOS. So first I'll just extract the data off this BIOS chip. We'll back it up, and then we'll put a new copy on, a fresh and so clean copy of this BIOS. And so pin 1's right there, that little dot, and then I have pin 1 just kind of marked right here. This is a pogo pin reader, so I don't have to take the chip off, and I'm just going to kind of poke it and see if I can get a good pressure on it. Something like that. All right, let's see if I can switch views. Let's see if we can detect it. It's a 128. It's not a split one. I'm pretty sure this is only one chip on this one. So it's a 25Q128FV and SOC. There we go. So I'm going to read that. And I'm going to verify it. The caps must be internal. Giving you a perfect A for effort. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had an issue with putting effort in. So, Led, do you think we actually have a 64 somewhere too? Here, I'm going to show you on this prop here. So here's our chipset. And so there's nothing else around it. And if we flip it over, there's not another one on the other side. So yeah, this one's only 128. Usually, and then the version before this actually was a 64, because I just worked on this the other day, a 64 version of this, so this is a 128. All right, so we're gonna go back here. And let me save this off. And this is repair 27,084, Alienware 17R4. Okay, so we have that backed up. So now let's see if we can find one. I think I have one in here somewhere in my arsenal. $17R4 with the clean me, no service tag, and that one has a Windows key in it. I'm just going to do it without the Windows key because I don't want. We can transfer their Windows key if we need to. So we'll use that one. We're going to load the flash into the buffer. So now we have a fresh, clean BIOS here. Oh yeah, baby, the old comeback MOSFET. Y'all are doing some Soren talking. So I'm going to line this back up on here again. And then we need to verify that we are detecting it. We are. I'm not going to reselect it. I'm just going to go into programming. And this is when you're quiet. Reball the CPU. No, it's not a CPU issue because it's posting, right? No laughing, no jokes, no nothing. Yeah, baby. This one won't take very long because it's only a 128 anyway. Pirating Windows is always justified. Oh. Make sure you turn on BitLocker, by the way. Microsoft bricked another laptop. I don't know. This is a weird one, though, because it's like the CPU is not coming on properly whenever the charger's plugged in. Fireball the CPU. Flashing the BIOSes are no joke. If there's more than one BIOS, it's a Beyoncé. So you say one BIOS is a BIOS, and BIOSes are actually Beyoncés, like the singer. There we go. That's easy. Peasy, lemon, squeezy. All right, so we got that done. So is it going to do anything different is the question. Who thinks it's going to do something different? Who? You? You think it's going to do something different? No. Really? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Grab another, get the screen set back up. Me. Still think it's a PU 500 problem. Which one was the PU 500? Which chip was that again? That's the PWM, which we already changed out? Or is it a MOSFET? Where do you get the Pogo Pen reader from? I have links to those in the video description on YouTube. So, and then on Twitch, I think there's the links to all those parts too, somewhere around there. But yeah, in the video description on any of my videos or even the live stream right here, you can just go in there and then it lists every single one of these types of parts I use, and it has links to Amazon or wherever I can find them. But that's where I get it from, whatever it takes. You get it from PogoPenPlus.com. Okay, we good? You ready? So batteria. Where did my batteria go? So we're going to start with batteria. So we do charger. I don't know. We're trying to solve it starting off the charger. I'm trying to figure out if it's shutting off. Is it shutting off because of overcurrent protection or overheating or from... Oh yeah, we didn't even run diagnostics either, so we should have done that. Okay, starting up. Can y'all see the screen okay? Let's see if I can move this back a little bit. Okay, is it gonna work? I go Pogo. You go Pogo? We're gonna get screen? It's turning on and off. It has too much RAM. That's what the issue is. Now it won't start at all. Whoa. Now it's giving a 2-1 error off the battery. Interesting. What does that mean? So the BIOS version that was on there was not detecting that there was a fault with the CPU or with something on battery. You bricked another laptop. Did you plug in the screen? The screen is plugged in. The screen's plugged in. No, I mean, we get the 2-1 error right here, which stands for CPU failure. I'm going to plug in the charger. I'm going to unplug the battery, though. We're just going to try doing it without the battery plugged in this time. So this is only charger. Press the power button. It's still doing that same little spike up. Internal CPU fault, loose joint. We broke another laptop. Coil time. Okay. Who wants to go coil? And then who wants to go replace that MOSFET one more time? That one that's in the middle. And then who wants to call it? So we need to put up a vote, I think. Because this one's probably a bad CPU. I mean, even though it does come on, it's weird. Like, why would it come on? Change your center MOSFET with a cold coil. So change the MOSFET and change the coil on that center. Is that what we're thinking? MOSFET an hour ago. I know. I love how people are like, I told you to do that. Well, we did change all three of them, though. We've already changed all three of those MOSFETs, so we have to change it again. But I think the flash failed. Okay. We can put the old one back on. I mean, we're getting a 2.1 error code, right? Off of the CPU, off of the battery and now charger. Roll back the BIOS. You know, also what it could be is that this EC firmware is older than what the BIOS I just put on there. So we should flash the EC to a newer version also. That's something to think about, because this is programmed and then the BIOS is programmed, and then usually when you update the BIOS, it updates the EC, and if they're out of sync, then they're going to have some sort of issue too. The flash didn't fail for sure. Yes, EC, yes, yes. Okay, so but I have to go with consensus. We have to do the second MOSFET and coil first, just because we had that as a, it's cold. It's cold. We'll do that. Then we'll do EC firmware, and then we'll throw the laptop off to the side and move on. Probably, maybe, possibly. Or we're going to see like a hint of something else, and then we'll be like, oh no, it's working a little bit. And then it will suck us right back in. Suck us right back in. The poll makes no sense. Okay, so change coil or MOSFET or call it. So it only has to be a yes or no on this. So yeses mean the first thing, change coil. No means MOSFET. And then call it means don't answer. Here, I'll see if I can fix that. Let's end that. That's too hard. That's too hard. That's too much math. Let me just redo this here. Let's do. So we're going to say what to do next. Program EC. Change MOSFET and coil, and quit. Something like that. Okay, and then let me start a poll on Twitch the same way, because I can write it out manually like that. We have enough people to actually get a good vote going here. Okay. Okay, there you go. So does that one make more sense? That's the poll of all polls, people. The best poll you've ever seen. What are people saying here? 50% say program EC. Now, if that's the first option, that's why you selected it. Don't just select the first option, people, to get the thing off your screen. You have to actually use your noggin and click the thing that you want. 50%, 44, 38. It's moving around a little bit. So after EC for science, okay, EC, EC, EC. R equals replace motherboard. Oh yeah, you could just do that in the chat easy too, right? 1,020, yeah. So we have 1,000 people on YouTube and 200 or something on Twitch. Twitch only has like 20 votes though. Out of your 200 people on Twitch, only 20 of you have voted. That's 10%. Come on, get on it. Takes 2 seconds. We have 200 votes on YouTube at least. That's 20%. Excuse me, I flipped a coin, Jack. Twitch are all bots. Yeah. Oh, well, the viewership's going up now because I guess they're voting now. Starting to go. Okay, so 52% program EC. It looks like EC is the winner so far. Then check CPU power stages. Yeah, because we also do oscilloscopes and things like that. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. I'm not a bot. Beep, 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 boop. People are starting to actually chime in. The ISL chip. So this doesn't have an ISL, it has a BQ, but the BQ chip. Oh, but the ISL chip actually is the PWM chip. Yeah, so we did change that one out already. It's hard to inject voltage whenever the machine works and there's no short. Twitch people are lazy. Oh, okay, so I'm going to get the EC programmer set up, I guess, because it looks like 50% of the people are going for that. So let me grab that stuff. Let's do it for science. We're programming EC chips for science. So this is a let's see, KB9542 9022, K0, yeah, I can't remember what it is. So here's our EC programmer, and Dragon Ball sent me a cheat sheet, so I have to get that printed out. Let me see if I can print out Dragon Ball's cheat sheet, because I had to draw one up the other day, and then he always makes it clearer. So shout out to Dragon Ball. If he can't do it, no one can. Okay, where's that? Update 3. You have a third version now? All right, so he sent me a third one. I gotta print it real quick. Sorry, guys. Okay. Oh, that must be for the other ones. 17R4, here we go. All right, it's printing. Laser printer warm up, go. All right, y'all still voting? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think something's up with my ink or what? Something's going on here. It is a laser printer. I'm trying to print color, so that's always sketch. That did not come out very good, guys. Look at this. I can't even see what that says. I think I'm out of toner. All right, I'll pull it up on the screen instead. Yeah, my toner's out. Okay, whatever. Whatever, whatevs. But this is what we need anyway, is this pattern. Option 4, add it to the donor pile. I like that. That's a good one. But the thing posts. Whenever you have posts, whenever the thing turns on, you can actually see something. Doesn't it give you just a little bit of hope? Doesn't it give you a little bit of hope? Where's this thing go? Right here. All right, so this is going to be my programming setup for EC chips. Here's the programmer. These are PC bytes. And I bought them separately. They don't actually go together, but it makes it a lot easier. And I have a link in the video description, and our program headers are right here. Hello, people. Hello. All right, the polls are done. So it looks like we're going to change the MOSFET and coil afterwards, and nobody wants to quit. So I love that. Everyone loves the science. Everyone loves science. Okay, so here's our programming headers. And we just got to be a little bit careful when we're trying to peel this back. We were messing with this was it last week or a week before we were working on one of these? And I was cutting the plastic out, but then I was worried about cutting these traces. So it's easier just to peel this back instead. You doubt it's a bad CPU. All right, so someone thinks it's not a bad CPU. I don't think the CPU is bad either. I think it's going to be one of the power phases, or it's detecting like an overcurrent somewhere. So when it's trying to do something, it finally has an issue. Heat it slightly and lift it. Oh, right. Telling you, it takes a village. Can I heat it with 450 degrees C at 60% air? Let's see what that does. Okay, that's good. I'm just going to fold this over like so. Like that. Perfect. Beautimus. Okay. And I need flux. Where'd my flux go? Black Horse, where you at, buddy? Only 2 feet. Only 2 feet away here. Okay. And then we're going to add some. We just need to tin these pads, or else we're going to have issues with like oxidation and stuff. And it's really only these 4 right here. There it is. See, there's like a goo over that. So if we would have been trying to get a good connection, it would have been, we would have had a hard time like getting it really connected. So you want to know you have really good connections. Yeah, they look like rip pads, don't they? It's just copper, straight copper clad. There you go. All right, so we have this 4-pin set up. And then where's our cheat sheet? So the cheat sheet says, based on what he said, it's going to be pin. So yellow. Wait, how do we have this set up? But it's basically going to be yellow, blue, purple, green. That's how we're going to do it. Right? We just go yellow, blue, purple, green. So y'all remember that. So I have 4 wires that are 4 different colors. I have my PC Bytes. Yeah, I wish I had my other camera on so you can actually see this, my wide angle shot, because it's nice to be able to see it from a different angle. I just don't have that on right now. Blue, yeah, yellow, blue, purple, green. And so the idea is, here I'll go overhead just for a second. So the idea is I have these probes here. These just kind of set down. They're weighted. And these goosenecks are very flexible. And then they're weighted, and you can hook a wire to it. They just kind of clip on there, and then you can set it where you want. And then it kind of has a needle point, so it allows it to read it without me having to try to solder something on. Now we could have soldered the wires on all we want, but I don't like doing that. It's a pain in the butt. So I will attach these things. And then we have a ground wire we need to attach at the same time. So I'm going to do the ground first so I don't forget. All right, so yellow first. And I'm just going to get it close. Blue. Boys picking grapes. Cut the blue wire. That's such a dangerous. I don't want to cut the blue wire. You'd have no idea what it's going to do. They have a dead man switch on it. So yellow, blue. Thank you. Purple, green. Purple. Green. Always red, always red. All right, so now I have them kind of lined up, and then I can just come in here a little bit closer and be able to see it. Can't see it. Yeah, it's a tight fit for sure. Okay, so yellow first, then that one. That one. All right, I think we got it, actually. They are pretty close together, but hopefully it's good. All right, so now I got to plug a DC jack into this setup. I don't want to bump any of the wires. DC jack, because we need to be able to power the board on. And then we also need to, we have a version of the programming that LED actually sent us last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever. So I think we're good. All right, Jim, today's repair makes up for all the easy pizzas, but sometimes it's just magic. That's true, and you'd be surprised on how many of these types of rabbit holes I have to go through all the time. I mean, it happens. So most of them aren't easy pizzas, but it does make up for it. When I have to spend the whole stream on one computer, it really gets you sometimes. Gets me going. Let's see, EC software. Let me see if I can pull that up. Those silly wabbits. Going down these wabbit holes. I want my pizza now. Okay, connection. Do we have the program up on the screen? Nope. I have to go to this view, I think, to have it. Yep, there it is. All right, so we have it up there. You guys aren't going to be able to see this, but I'm going to select a motherboard that has the same chip, which this should be a 9022. And I'm just going to select, it doesn't really matter, any of these boards. Doesn't matter. The reason why is because I'm not going through the keyboard header. I'm actually going for soldering, and I just need the chip type. So I'm going to select soldering, and I'm going to send it to the programming. So now I've sent this to the programmer. We have the correct chip selected, and I'm just going to check and see if we have connection. We don't have connection, but I haven't powered it on. So I need to plug it in to power it on, check connection, and we have connected to the EC chip on this motherboard. We're connected. I'm going to read it, back it up, because we're going to put it with the other BIOS backup we did. So we know both of these together in conjunction, the motherboard will turn on battery. So we will keep this as a backup just in case we ever want to go back to that, because we don't know what's causing it or what, who knows. And then we'll put a newer one on and see what it does. Yeah, it's an E&E KB9022Q is what the model is. Okay, so now I'm going to load the one. I think we got one the other day. LED sent me. Do I have it in here? 17R4 right here. There it is. I think this is, you can't see this actually. Oh, it goes to the screen. Here we go. So this one goes to 15R3 and the 17R4, 18. I believe this is the one that LED sent me the other day. So that's what we're going to put on there. And so now it's writing back on there. Where's the polls? The polls are gone. We did it. So the poll was about 50% said program the EC, and then about 30 to 40% said to do the coil and the MOSFET next, so as second. And then only about 15% said give up and move on. So a lot of people have faith in me. I have faith in you. Okay, so that's programmed. That was it. So we programmed the BIOS with a new BIOS. We programmed the EC chip with a new EC chip. We replaced those 3 MOSFETs. But we don't know if any of the stuff is correlated or have anything to do with it. So, okay, got it. Put this away. We got to be very careful with these needle tips because they will break. So I'm being very careful with that. Get my EC programmer out of the way. All right. Is it going to do anything different? So remember, whenever we put that new BIOS on there, it started giving a CPU failure on battery also. And prior, it was only doing that on the charger. So what changed? What's different? What's the same? Here we go again. So if this doesn't work, we're going to go straight over and change out the MOSFET and coil or inductor for that middle stage that's not coming on. Whenever we look under the thermal camera, we're seeing one of the stages are not seeming like they're coming on, or phases. I always like calling it stages. To me, it just seems like they're stages, but phases. I like it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, got that lined up. I need the power button hooked up. It's going to boot. So Ken thinks it's going to boot. Ken has faith. Who else has faith? Who else has faith? Should I go battery or no battery? That is the question. I'll put Blanche in here. So we're going to start with no battery. So battery, Dragon Ball said battery. Will it boot? So we know, we're trying to figure out, like, did it fix the issue? So maybe I will do battery just because I want to see if it will turn on now with the battery. Because that was what was working before, and then when we put the new BIOS on there, it wasn't working, so. So battery's plugged in. Blanche is plugged in. Screen's plugged in. Power button. We have fan spin. I have faith. I have faith. We have fan spin. They turn back off. They're turning back on again. It's turning back off. Fan spin again. This is what we were getting when it was getting a 2-1 error. So yeah, we got a 2-1 error again. Plug in the charger. Unplug the battery. Oh, thank you, AJ. Let's go. Okay, now I'm doing battery only. So battery only, I'm going to reset the current spike meter here. So now we're getting an inrush of 960 milliamps. Before we were only getting 780, I think, or 740. Unless it's just kind of changing around. There was an amp and a 1.16 amps. There's 0.69 amps. And we're getting the CPU failure now. 2-1. Okay, so weird. Okay, so I'm going to recap just for everyone. The machine will not start on a charger. It was starting earlier with their original BIOS, their original EC chip on battery, and it would actually boot up. But then if you try to boot into anything, it shuts down. So like right as it starts trying to pull a lot of current, or right as the CPU needs to turn on another portion of the CPU, or whatever it's doing. And then once we put the new BIOS on there, now it gives a 2-1 error, which 2-1 stands for a bad CPU on any power source. Press on the CPU and retry. That's an interesting idea. Because maybe it's from me moving it around a little bit. So yeah, we can try that. But we're going to have to change the coil out in that middle MOSFET. I've done that. All right, so I'm just going to press, I'm going to torque the board just a little bit and try turning it on. So I'm going to lift this up just a little bit. So fan spin. Fan spin. Fan spin. I mean, do you think it's just a bad connection on the CPU? I'm gonna have to flip this over to do any CPU pressing, so let me pull this apart here. You didn't say you tried to bend it before. I didn't try bending it before. It was just working off battery, no problem. But what signal is missing, or what signal is different from the old BIOS to the new BIOS? Should I put the original BIOS back on? Remember, the other BIOS you can't even like update either. It's like stuck on that BIOS. Maybe the pads on the CPU got messed up when it got dropped. Well, I could throw it on the BGA machine and just cook it real quick. I literally could just put it right there. Press them, bloop, 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 let it run, and then we can pull it off of there, and it can work maybe. I don't know. But because the voters voted for those MOSFET and coil, we changed that. I want to change that first. Because remember, we have those phases not coming on for some reason. Yes, put the old BIOS back on. Does everyone agree about that? Put the old BIOS back on and see if it does turn back on again. Bloop, 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 bloop. Because I am going, I'm back and forth. I'm very wishy-washy. If you've noticed, I'm wishy-washy because I'm like, new donor board member, thank you. So we got nope, 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 man, yep, first coil, then BIOS. I like that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping me not be wishy-washy. Bye, Nate in chat. Thank you, Ag. Thanks for coming, buddy. See you next time. Next time. We only got like 30 minutes left, too, or less, before I have to go mow the lawn. Jim, at timestamp 1 hour and 56 minutes and 28 seconds, it shows all 3 coil phases on after you replace the MOSFET in the middle of the phase you put on. So all phases were on after I replaced the MOSFETs? Or before? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm confused about. Is like, were they coming on before it? Flash the coil BIOSes. Beyonce's. Mark just sent 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you for that, Mark. Super generous. So, looks like DJ and Scar and Deputy and SX and Spooky all got memberships on the YouTube. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for the support. The Dream Harp sequence, go. Dream Harp sequence. All right, so we replaced these 3 MOSFETs here, uno, dos, tres, and this area right here doesn't seem to, I mean, this one gets warm looking, but the inductor does not get hot at all. So what does that mean, right? I bet your BGA station will cook it, will do it. So who thinks the BGA station will fix it? Do you think just reflowing this will fix it? I don't know. I don't know. Because if this phase is not coming on, did we check these resistors over here? It would help if I showed you the right camera. 4.7, did we already check all these? I can't remember. Well, who just sent me something? Somebody just sent me something. Oh, you sent me that, Mark. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can try a BGA reflow. Let me just change these 2 components out, and then we'll check to see if this middle phase is coming on. If it's not coming on, then we're going to say, I can throw it. I mean, it's set up, so we can just do it. I don't care. We can raw dog it. We can raw dog it right on there. I recommend injecting voltage into your brain. It will make it stronger. I reckon 2.5 American volts. At 60 hertz. Don't forget 60 hertz for America. All right, so we're going to change out that one and that one. How's it going? Come up with any way to break a laptop these days? Okay, so Jacques says at 156, all 3 phases was on the test board. Ah, the test board. That is what we're talking about. The test board. We do have a test board, and they said that all 3 of them were on, and this one was not on. So on here. But was it on before I changed out the MOSFETs? So is it? So what I'm trying to figure out is, like, I changed the PWM controller out, so this guy, and I've changed these 3, and this one still does not get hot. But was it getting hot before that? But I'm going to pull them off right now while we figure that out. Raw dog that CPU. So I'm going to pull this off, put it back on, cool off the board, test it, and then if that doesn't work, we're going to throw it on a BGA machine and we're going to cook it. We're going to cook it, baby. We're going to have a Sunday afternoon cookout. We're going to raw dog it for science. The PU500 is not good. So you think the chip I put on is no good? I should put another one on? Even though it does exactly the same thing? Change the resistors near it also. So near the PU500 or all these guys, all these 4.7s. Cookout. Alienware cookout, yay. Wow, 1704. It's broken. Let me pull this sick chip off of here. The chip is too sick. Okay, so change the 4.7s. All right, sure. Let's just do it. Let's just change everything. Let's just put a whole new motherboard on this. Let's do a swap. A motherboard swap. I swapped another motherboard. This board is so thick, man. It takes forever. Divide and conquer. Cook it for science. I'm telling you, cooking it could help. I actually fixed the board last week that was having some weird... It was a thermistor issue, though. It was like if you turned it on, it would like think that the CPU was like negative certain degrees. Real. There you go. 500 likes. So we hit 500 likes on YouTube, which is great. Thank you. There you go. Thank you for that. So we have this guy off. He looks nice and charred. Charred for your pleasure. So I'm going to put some fresh solder in this area. The slingshot area. Okay. Gosh, look how messed up that looks right there. It looks like it's been cooking for a while. You see how dark that is? It's like a caramel latte. Very caramel latte-ish. Yeah, so it's probably had a lot of temperature. Yeah, do you see all that? It's gross. I'd say that's gross. Yeah, it's always this phase that has issues. So yeah, maybe our PWM controller is bad still. Maybe. Maybe. Wick it good. All right, yeah, I'll wick it. We'll wick it good. I'm gonna get all this cleaned. Gross. It's like, ugh. Who does that song, Wick It Good? Not Wick It, whatever, Whip It Good. Oh, Devo? Really? God, where'd my flux go? Look at that. Man, you guys are on it. Oh my gosh. My 80s is not, I just don't know. I know a lot of 80s, but I know the songs, I just don't know the names. Okay. Back in the 1900s. I'm 57. I'm only 45, so 80s were, I was born in 80, which means that all the 80s happened around me when I was a wee lad. Test board had 3 coils hot. Replace MOSFET end coil. Okay. You know what we should do from test board? Since test board is good, or test board is getting all the stuff good, we should steal the PWM controller from test board. I don't care. Since we know it's turning on. I was born in 86, too young for the 80s culture also. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of 80s around me that happened in the 90s, you know, because you have 80s stuff that came back. Oh, the hair is gross. But okay, looks proper nice. Proper nice. I hate adding solder to all that because it ends up having too little solder. You little youngsters. I'm glad that I have a good wide range of demographic in my videos here. Because I think we have some 20-year-olds here, and then we have some 80-year-olds, right? We have a pretty good mix. You know, born in 79, so that's a 46er. 47er. $52, 69. Ooh, 69. Because I'm going to take another one of these off of this board. We took the PWM controller off this, so I'll take the coil. These coils all the same. R15, R15. Yeah, so I'm going to take these over here. Actually, I have another board, don't I? That's the good board. Okay, we'll take it off this one. We got an 88. Oh, 88, almost 90. Almost 90. Four days you turned, wait, turned 24 days ago, aging an AMD. Chat's moving too fast. Sorry, I can't see it. It's moving too fast for my little eyes and little brain to handle. You know who I'm going to see next week? Nate Bargatze, baby. He's coming to town. I got tickets. That's kind of goes along with what I say all the time, right? Too many words. You're not getting any of this? Those dumb eyes? So I'm trying to overheat that too much, so I just took it off the manual way. Cool. Next week I'm seeing weird. Just been passing by. Well, hello. Welcome, the old passerby. All right, so we have to pull this guy off now, and then I want to make sure that these don't pop in my face. Put the goggles on. Where are my goggles? Here's my goggles right here. Put my goggles on. Nate, what's your age? I'm 45, born in 1980. So 46 this year, September. I'm plenty 9. AI is 66 years old. Is that right? I remember building a tube tester in class in the 70s. Testing them tubes, huh? Electrolytic capacitors on a Dell motherboard? What gives? Well, it's because this is a 2016 motherboard, and this is right next to the power phases for the CPU. So we have this sick 32 off of here. This thing is so sick. Whoa! My goggles just fell off onto my leg and burned my leg. They're not true goggles, though. Alright, so I put the coil on first, or put this guy on? I have this guy in my hand, so I might as well just put him in. Although it's going to be hard to get that coil in there because I can't get my soldering iron down in places, though. You're programming at PET computers in 1980. 80 was my year, baby. I'm a healthy kid. Oh no! Soren drill hole. I'm not drilling no holes, no Soren holes. But I am getting chips out of Soren's box. This chip came directly out of Soren's box. Flux that pad. You know I don't flux until after I put the chip on, guys. Come on. If I flux beforehand, it just blows away. I'm going to add a little bit more again now that it's hotter. It's hot. It's hot. Get under there. Get under the chip. There we go. This board is really thick. There we go. Come on, but that's moving around on me. It gives. There we go. Come on. Got it. Got it. I see a couple pins fused together. The old Trash 80. Trash 80. Back in the day. Mucho bettero. Let me see if I can get this pin good. Okay. What'd I miss? Coil pads are crossed. The coil pad is kind of big. Is it crossed? We're talking about this pad right here? Or over here? This right here is just some of the mask came off. I think it's okay. Because this is like a big giant trace. I think it's okay. I think. I think we already checked it. So we're good. Coil pad. You want me to try to fix that coil? It looks like a train wreck, doesn't it? It's beautiful. It's the best pad you've ever seen. There's nothing wrong with that pad. See? Nothing wrong with that pad. Now, are these supposed to be touching together? Is that what your question is? I don't know. Can't tell. Okay, we're going to get in there close and see what we can see. So if I change our brightness here, so I have a trace that comes across here and goes that way. So to me, it looks like it goes like this. This goes right here, goes across here like that. What is that? Wait a minute. What is this? Why does it almost look separated? Because this is definitely not attached here. Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. I'm confused. Okay, so this is attached to this. Okay? Which is attached to this? No? Which is attached to this? No? Which is attached to this? Yes. Oh, we found it! We found it! Guys, you know what this means? You know what this means? Okay, we got it. Do you understand what I just figured out? Wow. Okay, so basically, from what I'm gathering here, this trace comes across here, and goes here, okay? It is supposed to attach to this, and then the output of this comes over here and then goes over here, okay? But what's happening is we saw this chip warming up, but this never getting warm, and so therefore we actually had a burn trace across here. So I think these are supposed to be attached together, but they're not. 2 hours later. Oh, glish. Are you kidding me? Glisha. 2 hours later. So the coil was not connecting over here because it had an open break right here. Now, why do they have it as just a bridged wire? Or it looks to me like a line. I don't understand why it's not. Maybe this is supposed to come across here and it's burned. It burned itself separated. Interesting. And so maybe when it's trying to start up on battery, look at the bottom of the coil we took off. So let's go find that. Donde está ustedes? Let's see. This is our new one. This is our brand new one. So that's not it. Where are you at, buddy? Where'd he go? Eek. Hold on. This is the new one. This is what happens when you stream for 4 hours straight and there's chaos happening. I usually put all the bad parts over here, so I don't understand. They're not. It's not here. No comprende. No compute. Someone see it? It's not here. Sometimes it magnets to the bottom of my bowl. It's not there. Okay, let me put these cutters away. Let's just put away some tools, and that will help clean out the area. That's the new one. Not my lap. Okay, well, let's just take it off. Oh, here it is. Found it. Yeah, so I want to look at the inductor pad for the board that we just took this off of, but let's look at this, what this guy looks like. He's very burnt. You can see right here it has some cauterization going on, so it has some like arcing or something, and that's why it was oozing some juice, wheezing the juice. Doing the polysure, wheezing the juice, and so that looks weird. So here's our donor board where we took the coil off of, or the inductor. This is weird. So we took it off of this one. So now I want to riddle me this Batman. I want to go over to this one. That would be crazy because I've seen this phase burn up so much, and then I've never found a good solution for it. Okay, I'm taking this one off. We're going in. Or I probably have a board where it's already off, but this one's nice and pretty and not burned up. So we're going to pull this one off. Yeah, I'm going to heat it raw dog style because it's hard to get a soldering iron down in there. Huh. Is anybody else going to say, I told you this 2 hours ago over and over again? I think we keep hearing that. Yeah, we're taking the same number off. Oh, is it the same number of chip? Yeah, it should be the same number of chip. I told you this 2 hours ago, man. Finally listening to me. Well, I have to do that. I have to do what I got to do first. 3 hours ago, sorry. You idiot, Stimpy. You should have listened to me. Okay, get that guy lifted. Get that off. Okay, let's see what we're computing over here. I told you to. I told you so. Oh my gosh. So this whole thing is a pad. Is that right? I'm gonna clean that off. I don't know, dude. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Now, is this gonna fix it? Who knows? Who knows? But does it make sense? I don't know. Still, I don't know if it even computes, but I know that because the phase isn't coming on, does that mean something? But does it mean that when it runs on battery, it doesn't care about that? So that's what the trace should look like. And I might want to strip away some of that copper on there, but how's that? That doesn't even look the same. It doesn't look the same, man. So I can see trace coming across here, going to there, turning there maybe, going like that. I think that's how it goes, like this. But then it almost looks like it has a gap there. Let me measure with my meter. They're not the same layout for sure. We have faith in you. Well, thank you. You have the faith in me. You have the faith in me. Okay, so this one definitely is supposed to connect here. So whatever we do, we just need to make sure that's connected. But it definitely does not look the same. Except if it, I don't know, is there a way that it could have separated itself in the perfect line like that? Or maybe it's supposed to connect right across there, because I can definitely see a burn right there where it's separated. Here, I'm going to go straight overhead and see if I can adjust the polarization and get in really close. Does that make it better or worse? Something like that. Because it does look like it was connected here at some point. Anyway, so the question is, are we going to be able to connect this good enough for it to be saved? Just putting a wire across here or something? Or are we just going to put the... Why does it have a line? It's like it was separated here in general, but this is how the trace comes around here. Right? That must be it. That must be it. Because the other one, the other board we're looking at only shows this pad here, and this is all covered up. And I guess it must come around here and just connect right here. So I think if we just kind of flood this thing with solder and then try to get it, I don't know. That's what I think we're gonna do. We're just gonna flood it with solder, see if we can get it connected. We should wick it. Wick it. I like how it wrote on the screen. It says wick. It wick. We should wick it. Well, I wicked it a second ago and then I cleaned it back up, but we'll wick it again just so we can really see clarity, you know. Clear eyes, so we can get clear eyes. We're only got a few minutes left now, darn it. Well, I want to get the inductor installed before the end of the stream because I want to make sure that it's turning on. And once we see it turning on, I bet we'll get something happening. Ah, darn it. Okay, so that's our wicking clarity. Wicked, wicked good. What if I put like a big piece of copper across all that? It's a weird design though. I think it's a really flawed design. If it literally has a pad here to solder to, and then it wants you to run all the current through this, but, oh shoot, that's not what I meant to do. And it wanted you to just run the current around here and then have it connect to it? Why didn't they just have it go all the way over, right? Sounds stupid to me. It's a failure point. Yes, copper plate. Let's do it. I'm going copper. Who's going to go copper with me? I need to find copper first. Where are you at, copper? You're my boy, copper. Oh, gosh, I got to reach it. We're going to put copper over the whole thing, over that whole area, solder it on there, put a new thing on there, and then we're going to put a new thing on there, and then we're going to turn the thing on. And it's going to work, and then we're going to yell the words. Or I'm going to go home crying. Definitely copper. What are you doing there, copper? Right, so I have some copper tape is what I'm using. I guess I should show you that. So here's a roll of copper tape. One side's sticky, one side's not. And I usually just solder it on upside down, and then I wipe off all this the sticky. So mask under the pad to hold it. To hold this down. Downtown. I'll have to clean it really good. So my idea is just to put some solder on there and just solder across the whole thing there. And then that will be like a nice big chunky monkey. Because putting solder mask starts getting really hard to deal with whenever you're working in these little areas, and it starts creating all these bulges and stuff, you know? Put the thing on it. I know, sorry, I was doing lots of descriptions here. Put the thing on the thing and do the deal and the deal. Why would they make it like that? It's so dumb. Why would they put that little track? Oh gosh, these people. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna skip the solder mask. We're just gonna raw dog it in place. So first you take this thing. I gotta get the thing so we can do the thing. So first we take this thing and then we put some thing on it. So that's some of that thing, but I'm not going to put too big of a pile of thing. But I want to make sure I have it on both. Good. Okay. Good. Then we're going to take this thing, which is a piece of copper. This will be crazy if this works. And then somebody's going to be telling me they told me the whole time. All right, so this is upside down. One side's sticky, one side's not, like I said. So I'm just going to put the not sticky side down. And this thing is huge, ginormous. I'm going to cut it down just a little bit before I start shoving it in there. Solder wick. So I should use solder wick instead? Solder wick is so thick. I don't want it to be so thick. Thick is just so thick. So I'm going to try to use something that's not so thick. So, yeah, something like that. Nice. Okay, I'm going to do that like this. Okay. So we'll hold it. I'm going to cut it afterwards. So I know you guys are going to freak out. What are you doing so big? But bigger is better when you're installing because it's easier to deal with. And then I'll cut it afterwards. So now I'm just holding that down and soldering it in place. Nice. Nice. I like what you've done there. It's beautiful. Now we're going to cut it down just a little bit. I should spot weld it. I do have a spot welder. That would be pretty nice. So now I'm just going to be very gentle. Very gentle. Boop. Go this way with it. Oop. Not too far, just very soft. I'm trying to hit just the top layer here. Not into the board at all. It's just the top layer. Because this cuts pretty easily. There we go. Okay. the other way a little bit. People are like, no, you're cutting the board. I'm not going that deep. Maybe a scratching of the solder mask a little bit, but I don't care. Okay. So now I just need to get the rest of this or the stickiness off of this so I can actually put some solder on it. So just slide it off to the edge. Nice. Look how pretty that looks. It's nice and big too. It will never fail ever again. Okay, something like that. It's a little big, a little excessive, but it's gonna be strong like bull. We want it to be strong like bull. I would sign it. If this thing turns on, yeah, I should sign it. That'd be funny. I'd be very impressed if this thing works. But it would make sense now. And it would actually solve a lot of other boards that I've worked on symptoms, because I've seen similar symptoms where this thing tries to start and it turns off, like that CPU replacement we did. That'd be crazy if I go pull that board that we put the new CPU on and it works, because it's doing exactly the same thing. It like kind of pulses, turns on, turns back off. And I don't know if the, oh, it made me jump for a second. Okay, still had alcohol in there. Whew. Okay, get in there. Stay right there. Okay, I think we have enough, right? Okay. Okay. Warranty time. Tail light warranty. That's what we get on this one. All right, let's just make sure we have continuity and not too much continuity. Yay. Nay. Good. And then I'll check the ground. So, not short of the ground, but it is getting an output here. Okay, I think we're good. So now we put this new one on here. Brand new. This one is like the brand newest of them all. And it's an R15. It's the same. Tambien. So can I solder it on with a soldering iron? I would much rather do that. I might need to preheat the board and try to get it in there. Wow, this might just work. Ken, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Okay, I'm going to preheat the board just a little bit, and then I'll hit it with a soldering iron to try to get that in place. That's crazy. I did not see that. I like it though. Definitely like it. I like what I'm seeing here. Miracles do happen. What does the copper tape do? So basically what we had is there was a pad here, and then there was a pad here. This pad actually connected here, but it wasn't connecting across, so this copper tape basically is soldered to both sides, so it's creating a connection all the way across. Many CPU errors to revisit. I know. Yes, thank you for that, Jacques. Okay, so I think we're hot enough. Hot. Goes to show, a 2-1 error doesn't always mean a 2-1 error. But why would it turn on the battery still? That's the only thing that's getting me. You know? Does it mean that it doesn't have to use all the phases or something, or it doesn't need that, or but maybe the older BIOS didn't care about it or didn't check that or something? I don't know. Darn it, I don't have much room here. Just gonna tilt this. I want to do this by hand because I don't necessarily want to melt our inductor, our brand new inductor. That's a tight fit. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. Home. Okay. So now I want to check to see if we have connection here. There we go. There we go. Now the question is, would we have connection here if I measured on those outputs on those other boards? I don't know. All right, do we need to recap to explain what we're doing? Just so people are on the same page? I know sometimes it does kind of get over some people's heads, but so we were testing this earlier. We had, under the thermal camera, we had these 3 phases coming on. We did replace these 3 phases. You could see it heating up. Then we had these 3 inductors. Only the 2 outsides were getting warm. This one was not getting warm, which means that we did not have any power passing through it. And so kind of our last ditch attempt, we were saying, oh, well, let's replace the inductors. I was saying, rarely do inductors fail. Well, when we took it off, then we saw that there was actually a separation of the trace or a pad underneath there. So we just rebuilt that. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it looks very promising to me. So we'll clean up our mess. And we have only a couple minutes, so or we're actually past due. Actually, it's actually after 1. I'm going to have to leave momentarily, so hopefully we got this powering on and working. Okay. Okay, guys. You guys on your edge of your seat? You feeling it? You feeling it? Put some fresh thermal compound on here. Oh, original BIOS flash. I know, right? Oh, should we put the original BIOS back on? I mean, those BIOSes should work. Both those BIOSes. Beyonce's. So, does putting the other BIOS back on help us? Because we have a new EC chip programming on there, and we have a new BIOS on there. So those should all match up. Those should be kosher. You unbricked a laptop. Hopefully I unbricked it. This is pretty crazy. The other 2 coils look cooked too. Well, the other 2 coils get warm around it, but it's always coil number 2, or that one that we changed out, that gets like melted. Like it always looks melted. Every single time I have one of these come in that are having CPU issues, it's always melted right there. So, a video ahead or a fix? Are we gonna get a picture? I can't believe. Grady concurs. All right, Grady thinks we're gonna do this thing, man. Concurrence is strong with this crowd. Restart the flux capacitor. It hasn't been invented yet. Great Scott! Poll had a 50-50. Oh, we have a poll. I didn't even know we had a poll. We have a poll up there. Poll the poll. Let's see. Will it work? Wow. 85%, 100% on Twitch. What? You guys are crazy. Wow. Okay, that means it's going to work, you guys. I don't even know what this. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely probable, possible. Okay, I'm actually kind of excited about this. Kind of excited. Get this set up here. Screen. I'm just going to plug it in. I'm not even going to use the battery because I feel like, oh, we should have done thermal camera though. Darn it. But okay, thermal camera would have shown that that coil's getting hot, but yeah, I mean, we know that there was a separation of that there, so. And we're running out of time, so. We found another donor. It's plausible, Jim, it's plausible. I'm a repair technician, not a doctor. Okay. Fire up the DeLorean. Nathan needs a cold beer. I'm out of beer at home. I need to go get some beer on the way home. It's kind of nice to have a beer occasionally. I don't drink too much beer, but it does sound good. Ice cold beer. All right, so we have the screen plugged in. We have the power button plugged in. I'm just going to do charger. We'll put Blanche in here so we can actually see Blanche's beautiful face if she does start working. If I can get it plugged in. We do have plenty of people to impress right now. 1,350 people. Here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Plug it in. Looks good. Press the power button. Press the power button. There we go. And rush for a second, turned off. Just the way we like it, right? Wait, keyboard. Oh yeah, we need a keyboard, but it's not, it's still doing the pulsing. So, no bueno. Should we put the other BIOS back on? I almost want to put the other BIOS back on. What if I have a bad BIOS I put on here? That'd be weird. What if I put the wrong version of the BIOS on here? What if, what if? There's lots of what ifs, but is it giving me a 2.1 again? Oh, it's giving me a 1. Let me make sure the lights, the wires are right. I'm going to plug the battery back in, try that. And I'm putting the other BIOS back on because I don't want to quit all the way yet. Because I know I don't have time to keep messing around with this right this second, but that, and I also wanted to see, because since we switched BIOSes, we're not getting past this other screen. Definitely something different. Okay. Okay, on battery. Still doing that pulsing thing again. I don't like this BIOS that's on here. Do you concur? Because it keeps doing this, just the pulsing thing every single time we've been using this BIOS. So I'm going to do one for the team, and we're going to flash it back to the original BIOS. I'll keep the newer EC chip on there, EC version. I'm not super concerned with that, but it is the way it is. It is the way it is. And then thermal would have been nice too to see what happened. But okay, we're just going to put this back on here because it doesn't take very long, luckily. Because I'm the BIOS programming champion of the world. The crowd goes wild. So here's our BIOS chip again, and we should still have it pulled up so we can just put it right back on. That's why we back it up too, by the way. All right, so I'm going to load their thing back in there, which is somewhere around here. So there's our original. And program. Go. So I'm putting the original BIOS back on. The original BIOS would turn on battery and actually post, and you get a picture and everything would work, but it wouldn't go very far. But on charger, it wouldn't work. Cody says, this is great. He's a first-time chatter. Thank you, Cody. I can feel the energy. Okay. Getting close. Weird science. Thanks for the overtime. AJ, yes, I am past my time. I try to only stream until 1 p.m. in the afternoon on Sundays because I have to go home for the kids and do yard work and do all the other stuff. So I'm a little past schedule, but we have to do this. We have to do it. Bum, 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 bum. Bricked in the OS equals BIOS. Bricked in the operating system. Ah, that's pretty funny, actually. Bricked in the operating system. Oh, I love it. Okay. Okay, so we have that BIOS back on, that BIOS. So this one supposedly works on battery. So we'll hope it still does. Nothing else should have changed. Level up. Let's level up, man. Knocking everything over. Reflow and jiggle the BGA. I'm telling you, I could stick it on the BGA machine. I'm not convinced now that it's that, because if we had that burning trace, because that one when coil was getting so hot and it burned up the trace. The EC is different. I know the EC is different. I'm hoping that the EC will still function close enough. Sometimes it will have an issue, sometimes it won't. We will just start out with it not having an issue. Let's see, battery. Getting closer. Okay. I'm freaking out here. Okay, plugged in. Let's see if I can get the power on. Okay, fan spin. Fans are spinning normally. They're actually staying on instead of doing that where it like pulses on and off. Now I don't have the charger plugged in. Oh, we got a hype train going. We got on Twitch. We got a gifted sub from White Noise. Thank you for gifting a sub over the Tronics. So they get commercial-free viewing on Twitch for the next 30 days, which is awesome. Okay, it's turning back on. And we got a picture I can't believe! I saved another laptop! Okay, so it's working again. It's working again on their original BIOS, which is crazy, dude. It's so crazy. Their original BIOS works. Let me plug in the charger. I want to see if this charger is working now. I don't get it. Charger plugged in. Okay, we got 4 amps being pulled, or 5 amps. We got our Windows boot screen. Are we going to make it all the way to see Blanche? It's staying on. It's staying on, you guys. It's staying on. Getting drivers set up. Woo! Almost there. Come on, Blanche. Let's see your beautiful face. Let's see your beautiful face. It's thinking about it. So before, it would actually boot for just a second and it would shut off. Like right as it starts to boot, it would just shut off. You couldn't get anywhere with it. And I didn't try starting it up with the AC adapter yet. I only did it starting off a battery and then plugged in the AC adapter. But the fact that we're able to get this far and it's setting up devices, we're about to get into our Windows operating system. And this drive's already set up for this machine, so it should be pretty easy, hopefully. And it would be nice to go thermal. Try it and power it on with the AC. So let it get through this. It's gonna reboot, and if it does reboot with the AC attached, then it should work. And then now I should flash it to the latest BIOS if I can get past all this. Then it will actually end up fixing it. All right, 75%. Dang. A hidden fuse? Well, yeah, I guess that trace was a hidden fuse, right? Okay, so now, oh. Very exciting to find a new fix on a common issue. It is, you can't even, I mean, I've seen so many, I have stacks of these boards that have this issue, that have an issue where that chip gets really hot in that area. And I just changed out the MOSFET and I'm like, well, I guess the CPU's bad. It has to be. Right, because it kept having this issue. And it rebooted with the charger attached. It rebooted with the charger attached. Here, I'll turn it off and try to turn it back on. Actually, I want to get all the way to Windows before I start messing with stuff. But before, whenever it tried to reboot, if the charger was attached, it wouldn't turn it back on. It would shut off. It kept having these issues where it wouldn't not get past any of this stuff. And there's Blanche. There she is in the flesh. Look at her. Oh, that was a raw dog repair if I've ever seen one. There she is. So Blanche is from Golden Girls. This is going to be one of my test installs of Windows 10. So I just kind of name each one of my installs, but Blanche is this one. And she is working perfectly fine on this machine. And let me just go ahead and reboot it to see if it does turn on the charger. But I think we're good to go. So I'm going to shut it down. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to shut it down, make sure it works. We can power it back on. On battery, the CPU clocks down on all the phases, so it makes sense, right? So if it doesn't need to use as much power, it's able to come on. Okay, so now the machine's off, but it is charging the battery, so that's charge current that you're seeing pulling there. And then I'm going to press the power button. If I can get the power button to work. The cable's kind of messed up on it. Okay, power button pressed. And we have a picture I can't believe. So I saved another laptop. I really saved this laptop, actually. So this was definitely an interesting laptop to work on, right? So this came in, it powered on the battery, but not on the charger. We kept getting a 2.1 error code where it was pointing to a bad CPU. Oh gosh, Dr. Dark, thanks for the stream. I certainly was an interesting one. Yeah, so appreciate that donation there. Yeah, so it's like we had to go through and kind of systematically try to figure out exactly what would cause one thing or the other. We thought it was firmware, changed out the BIOS, changed out the EC chip programming. We ended up changing out the MOSFETs on the CPU, changed out the PWM controller. We looked at changing out the power management chip, but we figured out that that was probably operating properly. And we weren't able to get very far until we figured out, based on you guys' suggestions, to pull off the coil, the inductor there, and found that this inductor hadn't been turning on the whole time because there was a burnt trace underneath it. So definitely something that was not on my radar at all. We were able to rebuild that, got it back together, and now the laptop's actually up and running. We were able to boot into Blanche here, and this was, thank you. I couldn't have done it without all your guys' help, and I appreciate everyone coming out. I'm going to call it for the day because I'm already past my time, but I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. Haha, just kidding. I'm going to edit that down to a video. That's actually a pretty cool video, and but I want to thank everybody for coming out today, and it's definitely was a fun one. I'm glad that we kept pushing through because I would have gave up for sure. I definitely would have gave up, and we pushed through. Everyone's suggestions did help out. A lot of cooks in the kitchen, but not usually that big of a deal for me because I really like where people are going back and forth on that, and. But we definitely, I want to thank everybody for coming out who actually did participate and who are joining. Sven just did 2 months of the Coolest Fans. So everybody who's joining the memberships on YouTube, thank you so much. That does help me out. Everyone who's joining on Twitch, the subscribers and all that stuff. And then I have these mods that come to these streams every single week and every single stream and stream for 4 hours with me. And I just have to thank them immensely. So. Lead Farmer, Premise, the Daves, like, you know, Dragon Balls, like all these guys that are coming out and keeping the chat clean, keeping and doing the work with me and keep putting the titles up for me and doing these polls. It's hard work, and I appreciate everybody. Canadian, thank you for the Prime sub on Twitch for 2 months. Next stream is going to be Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central. We didn't get time to actually, we were going to look at this Cypress programmer. I didn't get time to do that today, but maybe we'll put that on the queue for next week. But anyway, thanks for everyone coming out. I'll see everyone next Wednesday. Have a great weekend. I saved that laptop.